Mic check, 1, 2. Greetings, fellow human beings and probably Twitch bots. What's up, Gad? Who is Mike? And what does he need checked? You gotta check on the mics in your life, you know? If you know somebody named Mike, reach out to them today. Check on them. Do a mic check. Alright, folks. I owe you a snack tasting from yesterday. We had a wheel spin yesterday from a resub from Rez, and it landed on snack, and I said we were going to do it after the first ad break, and we never did it. Because my brain was in tactics land. So, we're going to do it at the top of the stream today. Let's go over here. Oh, that's not good. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay. We're good. Camera just wasn't on. I've got to clean my glasses because they're smudgy. And I'm eating another snack right now that's more like a meal supplement than a treat. And we're just gonna segue right into a treat. How about that? Man, I need a new cleaning cloth. This cleaning cloth is starting to get so dirty that it can't really effectively clean anymore. It has run its course. You know when you have like a rag or a towel and you're cleaning like, I don't know, like mud off your shoe or like muddy dog feet or something, and you have to like keep moving the towel around because you can see all the spots where there's like mud on the towel, and you got to keep using the clean spots. This cleaning cloth is like that. It's like, oh, don't use that spot. Oh, don't use that spot. All right, glasses are clean. Now, let's pick out a snack here. What are we feeling? I'm not super hungry. I normally eat a meal before stream, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it because I wasn't that hungry. And usually if I'm hungry during a snack tasting, I want like, you know, something savory, something salty, something dense maybe. And usually if I'm not hungry, I'll go for something sweet as more of a smaller treat. But I'm eating a banana and protein powder right now, which are like kind of sweet as well. So I'm torn. Maybe we'll try these hot chili chips. How about that? We're gonna try the Caramucho hot chili. Hey, what's up? Another long day? Just try our yummy spicy Caramucho and say hi with 4 eyes and an exclamation point. Interesting. This little like spicy grandma character on the bag here is one of the wilder things that I've ever seen. It's very Shin-chan coded. I need a towel. Pro towel. It's like a top 10 boys rule. You gotta have a pro towel on hand all the time. You never know. This says they are Japan's #1 spicy snack brand, which is pretty, that's a pretty lofty claim. Koikeya. So what does koike mean? Adding ya to the end of something makes it like a place. So like, pan is bread, panya is like a bakery or like a bread store. And, you know, sakana is fish, sakanaya is like a fish market. That kind of thing. And the way they have it hyphenated, koike-ya, makes me think that that's what they mean. But I don't know what koike means. It doesn't mean snack. Because that would be okashiya. I also like that the word for snack in Japanese has an honorific in front of it. Very appropriate. Okay, I finished my banana. I'm gonna finish this protein powder too because it's chocolatey, and I don't think bookending these spicy chips with chocolatey or banana is gonna be good. Okay. Now we will cleanse the palate. Koike ya Karamucho since 1984. Genki dashite cho. Alright, look at this. Look at this old lady on the... I assume it's an old lady. Maybe it's not an old lady. Let me get all these other tantalizing snacks out of the way, since they're all going to be tasted later. Let me switch to the roaming mic real quick, so I can come up there and talk to you. And I checked today that the roaming mic is properly set up, so we're good to go. Now look at this cute little lady who's saying "he," which maybe is like a response for something being spicy, I don't know. Very silly looking. Well, here's the whole packaging, I guess, close up. Okay, let's see what we got here. First I want to look at the ingredients, because every time I've gotten, like chips specifically from these Asian brands at the Korean grocery store, they always have like really weird, unexpected stuff in them that is like not good with my body. But this one's so far, yeah, okay. Yes, for some reason, almost all of these like Japanese and Korean, Chinese potato chips that I've found, they all have aspartame in them, which is so weird. I don't know why. Like there's also sugar in here, so it's not like they're using it in lieu of sugar. I don't know. So that's another reason why I wanted to go for this snack, because I knew that I probably wouldn't eat the whole bag because of that. I still want to try it. But yeah, they don't have the same regulations against aspartame that we do. Man, that is a thick bag. I guess I'm gonna have to tear it this way. They smell pretty good. They look just like a standard barbecue chip. They don't smell too dissimilar either. Just kind of a deep orange color. They're not like super red, like flaming hot, whatever, you know. Here, let me pull one out. It wasn't really focusing on the chip, it was focusing on the bag. There you go. Looks a lot like a barbecue chip. Doesn't look super heavily seasoned. It smells a little bit like a barbecue chip, but you can tell that it's...
What are you looking at? Well, you said it, Chewy.
Double Chewy! Let's go. Thank you for the Friday Chewy, Broken Quest. How you doing? Back-to-back Chewy. What are the odds? Never tell him the odds. But what are they? You can tell me. All right, we're gonna try this spicy chip. That tastes bizarre. Whoa, that was a journey. Okay, hold on. Wow, these are strange. It kind of tastes like, okay, this is so hard to describe. They're a little bit spicy. They're not very spicy at all. There's a little bit of the, you know when you eat like fried chicken and maybe you eat just like a little piece of like just the batter that doesn't have the chicken, and the batter of the fry batter itself is like very plainly seasoned. It's not like spicy or like herbed or salted or peppered really. It's like almost more like the batter on like an upscale children's chicken finger. And there's just kind of this very bland, like cornmeal, flour, bready kind of taste. So, okay, these chips taste like a combination of that flavor that I just described mixed with like yes, that's it. That's it. It is the flavor that I just described mixed with school cafeteria mashed potatoes. And again, these are a potato chip, but it literally tastes like you're at school lunch. The first time I put the first chip I put in my mouth, immediately the thing that shot into my brain was school lunch. And it took me 2 more chips to figure out why my brain was like school lunch. It tastes like you're at school cafeteria and you've dipped the chicken tender into the mashed potatoes and taken a bite. These chips taste exactly like that. And it is bizarre. Very bizarre. Not bad. I would actually eat this whole bag of chips if it weren't for the aspartame. I'm a little wigged out by the aspartame. But the heat level is good. The flavor is plain, but still tasty. That is so wild, dude. There's this very specific flavor note up front that also kind of like speaks to like maybe like the canned vegetables that are also on the school lunch tray, like green beans or corn. This chip is a journey. This chip is absolutely a journey to a very unexpected place. It tastes like a school lunch. In the most exact, strange way. That's so wild. All right, well, if you need school cafeteria nostalgia, seek out the Caramucho hot chili. It's like a spicy school lunch. But it does have aspartame. For some reason, all these Japanese chips, and as well as the ones that I've tried that are Korean and Chinese, they all have aspartame in them, and I don't know why, and I don't want to eat a lot of them because of that. Because I think aspartame bad. So unfortunately, the rest of these will just die. But it is a very tasty chip that I can recommend with the caveat of it contains aspartame. Yeah, it's really weird, but for some reason they're all like that, Broken Quest, and I don't know why. Because there's also sugar in it. They're not using the sugar they're not using the aspartame in lieu of sugar. It's just also in there. So I don't know if they're using it as some kind of like preservative as well as a sweetener. It's much further down the ingredients list than sugar. It's near the bottom where all the like preservatives would be. But I don't know why it's in there. What's up, SNES? How you doing? Is it known for that, SNES? Is it like maybe they're using it to help things like stick to the chip or something? Does it have some other like secondary property? It could be. Yeah, I should ask the lady. The lady is a food, she has a master's in food science. She could probably explain it. 'Cause yeah, sometimes ingredients will go in because it's like, oh, well, it's also an emulsifier, or oh, it's also a mixing agent or a thickening agent, you know? And we think of it as being used for something else. So yeah, it could have some like secondary property, and because it's not regulated for them in the way that it's regulated for us, or maybe it's not that it's regulated, maybe it's just that it's stigmatized, they're just like, oh yeah, we'll just use it for that because people don't care. Right, exactly, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to the regular mic. I'm gonna turn this off so it doesn't die. We're just doing our makeup snack tasting from yesterday. We landed on snack tasting yesterday with a wheel spin, and I completely forgot to do it. So making good on that. This I don't know when you came in, SNES, but this chip tastes exactly like a school lunch in the most bizarre and exact way. It tastes like you took the little chicken tender and scooped it into the perfectly half spherical dome of mashed potatoes and took a bite of it, and maybe, just maybe, there was a little bit of like canned corn or canned green bean juice that also soaked onto the batter of the tender. It's the most complete school lunch flavor of a chip. I'm gonna eat one more that it could possibly be, but it's also like spicy. Not super spicy. Just a little bit. That is... I can't get over how weird that is. The very first thing that I taste is the canned vegetable juice that's almost like a little bit sweet, and then it gives way to the batter of chicken mixed with mashed potato. But specifically the school lunch variety. That is one of the weirdest things that's ever happened in my mouth. All right, we cleansed the palate on the way in, and now we're gonna cleanse it on the way out because it's matcha time. You wipe off this very sweaty jar. You like weird snacks and chips? Oh, pizza combos are so good. I know they're like a meme for some people, but I think they're like non-ironically good. I love pizza flavored snacks. Pizza Pringles are amazing. Pizza Goldfish are amazing. Sun-dried tomato basil stuff is often very similar to pizza flavored stuff. Yeah, I have fallen prey to the jar trend. They're not mason jars. These are actually like applesauce jars. But I started using them because I liked how stout they are. They're so like wide and stocky that they're harder to like accidentally knock over. And then I found these like silicone boots that I can put on them so they like don't slide around and make noise. but they still sweat a lot. But yeah, I would normally make my matcha in like a hot mug, like you'd have a bunch of coffee in, and it can be used for hot or cold, and that's usually what I would drink that out of. And that's nice because it keeps the ice like all day long. But I don't know, I've just been going for that lately. Shake and drink from the same cup. Yeah, for sure. I don't usually need to shake, but if it like settles because it's been sitting for a while, it is nice to just like stick the lid on and tumble it a little bit. Okay, let's go over here. Ah, the game capture is not there. Let's make that happen. I had a blue screen yesterday while I was doing some random stuff on my computer, and if you happen to have a blue screen while OBS is like booting, which is what happened, or at least for me and the old version of OBS that I have, for some reason if you blue screen while you're booting OBS, it reverts a bunch of your settings to the default. And not like your layouts or your scenes or whatever, like all that stuff was fine. But like it switches my audio back to stereo, and it switches my recording path to like the default recording path, and like a bunch of my like bitrate settings and stuff like that. It disconnects my Twitch account and I have to go and re-authenticate. It's really weird. And it doesn't happen if I get a blue screen while OBS is open, or even while I'm live. Well, I guess I can't say that with certainty. I think it has happened before in that scenario, but it seems to only happen some of the time. But if the blue screen happens while you're trying to boot OBS, it happens every time. And that, even though I've since turned off my computer and turned it back on, that has messed with my capture card. So let me go unplug it real quick. All right. I have the nice internal capture card for my cameras, but I still use the old school external one for my game, just to give me one extra port to work with. Maybe someday I'll let it go. Now that I'm pretty well settled on a 3-camera setup and not a 4-camera setup, both for in here and the music room, that could definitely be a possibility that I would just convert the 4th internal HDMI port to the game capture. The only problem is that now I use the 4th HDMI port for the Smash ads, so that I don't have to futz with my HDMI switcher, which is really nice because of how many times I have to do that during the course of a stream. If it was like once, like out to lunch or something, I'd get over it, but every ad break, no way. Yeah, the OBS ad warning is very inconsistent for me, SNES. It's been pretty good lately, knock on wood, but still very inconsistent. You gotta figure out how you're gonna play FF12. You don't have it on Steam, but you do have the PS4 version. If you can use it without your splitter, it'll be fine, but you're a little concerned. I don't know enough about your setup to know. I didn't know FF12 was even on PC. That's kind of wild. That's very new to me. Oh, you know what? I should check and make sure the notes cam is working. Beautiful. She's working. You look at my note that I left for myself. Oh, a snack. I wrote that yesterday because I was like, I remembered right when I ended stream. FF12 doesn't have anything blocked. Oh, like HDCP stuff, like where it'll like turn off during cutscenes or whatever. That's so wild, man. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing until I started watching people play FF10, and the screen would just go solid green for some of the cutscenes, and I thought it was their computer, and I think some of them did too. And after seeing that happen probably like, I don't know, maybe 10 times or whatever. Well, probably not that many times. I finally like learned. Oh, is that not the same thing? Interesting. Well, I feel like learning about that led me to learn about the built-in things where it'll like kill your capture or whatever. Okay. Let's see. Anything else we need to talk about before we start? I don't think so. I feel like my glasses are still dirty though. Is there like something in my eyebrow that I can't see? No, it looks good. Yeah, that's so wild that the HDCP check will happen again while you're in the game. Because I'm pretty sure the PS3 one, it checks what type of media you're loading when it goes from the XMB to the media, and then never again. I don't think it like routinely checks what, like, oh, you're in a cutscene, let's check again, you know. The PS3 was like a hammer. I'm taking that to the banks, Ness. The PS3 was like a hammer. Yeah, and the PS4 is what, an iPhone? Okay. Let's stop this music and let's go over here to RPG Land. Oh. Okay. My disc read timed out. That it has been on that screen for quite a while. Oh yeah, because the component cables for PS3... Oh no, wait, I didn't... It wasn't my disc read timing out. I hit circle to confirm, because tactics. We're good. I forgot that the component cables for PS3 would let you just completely circumvent that. Yeah, some people just swear by those. Oh, is Radiata a circle to confirm game? Oh, interesting. It has a separate confirm and like interaction button. That is weird. I remember the first time I played through Dragon Quest VII, like super sincerely, it super threw me off because it was my first Dragon Quest. And, you know, and Dragon Quest has the hallmark of like, you open the button, or you use the main button to open the menu, and then you choose, like, in what way to interact with an object or a person. You know, you can choose to talk, or you can choose to check, or you can choose to, like give, or, you know, whatever. It's almost like an old point-and-click game. And, but there was a shortcut key in Dragon Quest VII, which was triangle. And triangle would basically default to like the most obvious action for whatever you were interacting with. So if you walked up to a dresser, instead of pressing X to open the menu and then navigating to check and hit X to check the dresser for items, you could just walk up to the dresser and hit triangle and it would check. Or if you walked up to a person and hit triangle, you would do talk instead of having to press X to open the menu and then press X again to talk. And I was super excited once I figured that out, but it felt super weird for triangle to be like the main button in the overworld. And then once you got into battle, it was, you know, X and circle to confirm and cancel. Oh, FF8 was triangle back. Yeah, that's not super uncommon. So I'm fairly familiar with that from stuff like Sly Cooper and Ratchet and Clank that we played last weekend. Those are both triangle to cancel games in a lot of the menus. I feel like that's fairly common. But yeah, for Final Fantasy, it's not. It's usually either X and circle or circle and X, and they're flipped. Okay, we're going to go into this screen, and we're going to do our recap from yesterday. thanks to our amazing new efforts and strategies, we made a lot of progress yesterday. We beat the Velius fight, which was very challenging. And then I thought it was going to be the end of the chapter, but we saw a bunch of scenes and then got pushed into another difficult fight. But that fight turned out to be not as difficult as it initially appeared. If we had to defeat all three of those characters, that would have been a really, really, really tough fight. We'll get there. So, upon defeating Velius, he appears to die and disappear. It's not confirmed. But then the stone, which I believe is Ares, is like left behind. And then it kind of like flashes and like wiggles and then like falls to the ground and kind of like thuds. And it seemed like they were trying to indicate that like whatever evil spirit was inside of the stone that conferred with Ygraf is either gone or is dead. It seemed like the game was trying to tell us, hey, the stone is like just the stone now, and whatever spirit was inside of it has moved on in some way. But, you know, again, unsure. That was just what I noticed and took from that. We go back into the hall where the conversation with Vormov and Barrington happened before the fights. And everybody's dead except for Alma, who's just walked in, and she goes up to Islud, who's like about to die. They're all severely wounded. And then Islud tells Alma that he must be stopped, and that Ramza was right about the stones being evil. We don't really know if Islud is talking about Barrington or his father Vormov, because Vormov used the stone to transform, presumably into Lukavi, but we're not sure. We'll get there in a minute. But yeah, we don't know if Islud is telling us that we need to stop Barrington or Vormov. I'm guessing probably Vormov, but doesn't really matter right now, I guess. Islud gives Alma a blue stone, which looks slightly darker blue than Ares, so I'm inclined to believe that it's Virgo, the one that he got from Orban. And he gives it to her and he says, give it to Ramza, give it to your brother. Vormov comes in after Islud passes away and confronts Alma, and he's like, I'm going to kill you. But then when he gets close, the stone that she just got from Islud starts like glowing and like reacting. And Vormov is like, oh my god, you're the one. And he was like, I was expecting to search 100 years for you. But here you are right in front of me. And so he just like punches her in the solar plexus, knocks her out, throws her over the shoulder, caveman style, and they teleport away, but the blue stone is left behind, which is very surprising. Then we got to save finally, and it cuts to the top of Riovane's castle. Rafa is confronting Barrington, and he's kind of posturing super confidently. You know, Rafa's like, I'm going to kill you. And he's like, you don't have the will to kill me, because even though I did all the things that you say that I did, I'm still your surrogate father, and you can't bring yourself to do it. And then Malik pops out, and he's like, wait, you really did all that stuff? Because for some reason he didn't believe his sister. But finally hearing it from Barrington, he's like, wait, did you really, like, you really are the person that she says that you are? And he kind of like finally realizes that he's being manipulated. And then Ramza walks up, and Barrington is like, oh, I know who you are. And then he goes to shoot Rafa. Malik jumps in the way and gets hit with the bullet. And then Barrington is like, give me the stone. Malik has the stone. Take it from him and give it to me. And she pulls it out, and it looks like Taurus. It's a yellow stone, which I thought we had. I'm very confused about the stones and who has what stone and how many there are. Well, I feel like there's supposed to be 12. I was assuming they'd all be different color, but so far we've seen the red stone in a bunch of different places, yellow stone in a bunch of different places, and blue stone in a bunch of different places. So, very confused. And then a random dancer lady walks up behind Barrington, and he turns around and he's like, huh? And she just grabs him with one hand, throws him over her shoulder like a pinch of salt, and he falls to his death, and you hear him like scream, which was totally epic. And then Marquis Elmdor walks out, and he's like, Ramza, give me the stone, and I'll give you Alma. And then the vibes are really bad, because we know that Elmdor is supposed to be dead, and Ramza tells Rafa, hey, get away from them, they're not human. Which is really interesting. So clearly he's able to see something about them that's off. And he recognizes that they're like undead or something. They're like, something's going on. And so we get pulled into a fight with Elmdor and his two assassins, Led and Celia. And this was a really formidable fight. Really scary. The assassins can both inflict instant death and charm and stop and don't act, all with like perfect accuracy, which is incredibly broken. So we had to do some scouting missions where we tried different skills to see what was possible, to figure out how we could deal with them. And basically what we ended up figuring out is we're just going to need speed and power and try to kill them before they kill us and get a little bit lucky. And also, it seemed like if we got really close to the assassins, they were more likely to use direct attacks rather than the status effects, which their direct attacks were super strong too, but possibly easier to come back from than, stop or death. And after a couple of attempts, we came in with a squad of ninja, and we had things going pretty well. And it turns out that just defeating one of the assassins was enough to end the battle. So they kind of like teleport away. But before he leaves, Elmdor says, you need to come to Limberry Castle to get the stone that I have. And I can't remember if he said that he would give Alma back to us, but he, at the beginning, before the battle, he told us that if we gave him the stone, he would tell Vormov to give Alma back. But obviously that was just a play to try to trick us, because he thinks that we're just a dumb kid, but we're not a dumb kid anymore. After the battle, Malek does succumb to the gunshot wound and dies. And while Rafa is kind of like mourning and in distress, the red Zodiac Stone responds, which I didn't know she was carrying a red Zodiac Stone. I assumed that we had that, the one we got from Jaclau, so there might be two red stones. It seems to respond to her kind of in a similar way to the way Ares responded to Ygraf. And Ramza's like, oh, no, Rafa, don't do it. It's going to turn you into a demon. Like he doesn't say that, but he's kind of like worried that it's going to have the same type of effect. But it's kind of like already too late. But instead, this like kind of like happy little fanfare plays, and Malik just comes back to life after getting touched by this kind of like red aura that comes out of the stone. And Malik says that he heard some unknown voice tell him to return to the ones of the right mind, presumably from the other side. So it cuts to Ramza in the hall where everybody's dead. He picks up the blue stone that Alma left behind, presumably Virgo. And then the scene kind of ends. And it cuts to like a exposition screen, where we're told that the Hokoten are attempting to break the stalemate between Goltana and Larg by trying to take Bethla Garrison. presumably to free the former queen. And then we get another scene with Malik, Alma, and Ramza. Malik thinks that Alma was taken to Marand, which is like the holy city. It's like the Vatican of this world. It's where the high priest is. And Ramza says that he doesn't think the high priest knows of the stone's secret. And this is where I immediately was prompted to write down a question, which is like, what is the stone's secret? Like, it seems like maybe the secret is just that the stones have some type of inherent power or like even a persona inside of them that can react to the holder. And maybe they think that they're just, you know, shiny rocks that can only do something when they're all assembled together. And maybe the secret is that they have power on their own. Or is the secret that the stones are not inherently predisposed to be good or evil or towards one goal or another, and it's based on who's wielding them. You know, because basically we saw the stone do something that was presumably good by bringing back somebody from the dead because another good person was sad to have lost them. And, you know, there could be some kind of like monkey's paw implication later on down the road. But yeah, basically it calls into the question whether or not the stones are inherently evil, as we seemed to all but confirm 2 or 3 screens before that happened. It seems like Vormov transformed into Lukavi, which seems weird because we were under the impression that all of the stones needed to be like assembled together in order to resurrect or summon Lukavi, who is like the master of all of these other demons. But maybe I misunderstood that. But that's what everybody's speculating. Ramza says that Islud died fighting Lukavi. But he also says that Ramza, killed the one who became Lukavi. So that doesn't make sense, because he didn't kill any... Like, Ramza didn't kill anybody. He didn't kill Wygraf. Well, I guess he did kill Wygraf. So, yeah, I don't know. It seems like Lukavi is like a catch-all for all demons in his mind. I don't know what's going on there. So we get torn because Ramza's like, I want to go to Zeltenia Castle and I want to talk to Delita. We don't really know why he wants to talk to him, but he says that's what he wants to do. So Elmdor says go to Limberry and come fight me and take my stone. Malik says go to Marand and get your sister back, but Ramza's like, no, we're going to Zeltenia. And then I wrote down the question, how does Ramza know where Delita would be? I don't know how Ramza would know that Delita would be there. He may have told us at some point and I just forgot it, but I wrote that down. I'll go back through my notes between now and next week. Ramza thinks Delita's being manipulated by the church because he doesn't know the truth about Vormov. And I guess the truth about Vormov is that he's the devil now. But they did previously work together on the Ovelia plot, so he might think that Vormov is a good guy. And that's when we finally get the title card for Chapter 4. We don't know if a time jump has happened yet. We'll probably find out today, because we're going to read the new lore and go into Al-Islam's record and all that kind of stuff. And then we see a scene at Zeltenia Castle, and Olan meets with Orlandu, his father. Orlandu's been at the front. Conditions aren't good. Olan asks about Goltana's reputation. Not really sure why. And then Olan mentions a crystal-like stone found in Gog, and another by Draclau. So he must mean the Zodiac stones. Maybe they don't know what they are. And then Orlandu reveals that he has a yellow stone. So this is like the third yellow stone that we've seen. Very confusing. Then we finally got kicked out to the map and we got to save. And that's where we ended the day yesterday. So today we're going to We're going to catch up on bar rumors. We're going to read through Al-Islam's record to see some character updates and whatever else might be in there. And we're going to do some shopping. And then we're also going to go into our formation screen and look at our path forward jobs and skills wise. So it's going to be a very writing and management heavy day today up front. And then we'll get to some story content after that. Assuming that we have time. Yo, what's up, Berkey? How you doing? When you playing N64 next? Any games on the horizon? So here's the thing. N64 is one of my most played consoles. And there aren't a lot of games left on the N64 that I want to play that I haven't played. Also, my N64 has kind of become the dedicated ad machine because it's running Smash Bros. For all the ad breaks. I will be playing one N64 game offline that is on my ban list that we've previously discussed in years past and decided that it would not be a stream game. I think the only other N64 game that I have on the docket that could potentially be a stream game is Perfect Dark, but I'm not like super raring to go wanting to stream that game. So I think one of the main N64 uses that I'll have streaming going forward will be for ROM hacks and fan translations using the EverDrive of stuff that either didn't come out here or, you know, like Zelda ROM hacks, things like that. Because I have played and completed most of my N64 collection. I do have the two Chameleon Twist games on the Ko-fi one-off list, so those could be redeemed as commissions. What's up, Snow? How you doing, dude? Quite the card. I do what I can. So yeah, Chameleon Twist 1 and 2 are on the docket for one-off Ko-fi commissions. And I also have Ko-fi commissions for 100% grinds, where you would find Star Wars Shadows of the Empire and Yoshi's Story. But other than that, the N64 list is pretty well checked off the list. A WrestleMania X N64 homebrew that looks great. No offense to any wrestling enjoyers, but you probably wouldn't catch me playing any wrestling stuff on the stream. It's just not my jam. And usually my affinity for bad sports is relegated to the 16-bit era. Those are like the bad sports games that I kind of enjoy. I did play a lot of Madden 64 back in the day with the Tiburon team. I don't have that game anymore though. So yeah, I don't know how much N64 stuff is going to be on stream in the future because I have played so much N64. So most of my backlog lives on other consoles. And a lot of my N64 stuff that is still outstanding is kind of locked behind Ko-fi paywall. So that's unfortunate, I guess, for the N64 hopefuls. But yeah, I don't foresee myself enjoying a WrestleMania X homebrew game just because I have no dog in that race, you know? Like, I don't have anything against it, but between, like, the lore and just, like, general interest in the sport, it's just not there. But, yeah, if there's some, like, obscure Japanese game with a fan translation, which there's a couple of. Perhaps, you know, Dinosaur Planet, something like that. Certainly a possibility. But my backlog is pretty Sony heavy these days, because I grew up with Nintendo, so I've played a lot more Nintendo games than Sony games. So I have a lot of like really long RPGs in my backlog, and for like, you know, Tuesday type games that are like adventure games, platformers, 3D and 2D, all that kind of stuff. A lot of that stuff is newer, because I've played a lot of the old ones. So yeah, I would say the biggest contenders would be Chameleon Twist. I do want to play Chameleon Twist 1 and 2. They're just really, really short, and that's why they're on the one-off list. But, you know, I guess I could see a world where I pivot and put them back on the regular stream list, and they end up on a poll like as a set, kind of like how we're doing now with the Super Nintendo games we're going to be starting next week. So that could be a possibility. Let's get loaded into this save file. Number 8. And let's get started with some ideas here. I think I'll do the mechanical stuff first, because that's just like in the front of my mind. So I'm gonna go into the formation screen here and have a look around. So we have Rafa and Malik in our party now. We had to give up one Chocobo to have them join us. Oh, Ramza has a new sprite now. Look at that. He's not purple anymore. Very cool. He has a new portrait as well. This is our Chapter 4 art, I guess. So, I like it. I like the blue. So our biggest want for everybody is move +3, which belongs to the Bard. Yeah, his Brave has gone up a little bit throughout the games, Ness. When we started, he was 70-70. I don't remember what it was in Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, but it has gone up each chapter. So maybe Chapter 2 was 71, and Chapter 3 was 72 or 73, and now it's 74. Okay, so let's go over here. The requirements for Bard are Summoner and Mediator at level 4. So what we need to do is we need to get everybody else's Summoner and Mediator to those levels. So let's check in. Ramza needs one more level in both. Roberto obviously has Bard wide open. He hasn't learned move +3 yet, but he will. Salome is low in Summoner, also level 3 in Mediator. Veronica is already good to go on Mediator, but low in Summoner. And Matsuo is also 3-3. So what we're going to need to do is obviously make at least some of our party members Summoners and Mediators to get job points going. Now, what I'd also like to do is switch Roberto back to a Bard so that everyone is also earning Bard JP. I haven't done enough research behind the scenes to confirm that characters earn job points for jobs that they don't have access to yet, and that they just have it when they open it up. And don't confirm that for me, because I don't want it to influence my play. But I'm assuming that it does do that. based on our just anecdotal experience so far. So we're going to operate under that assumption. I really want Roberto to learn Cure 4. So I'm going to keep him as a priest until we can learn Cure 4. But I'm okay with leaving Protect 2, Shell 2, and Holy behind. And I don't care about any of these other abilities, which I guess is just Magic Defend up. So once he gets 700 job points, I will switch him from a priest back to a bard, so he can start giving bard JP to everybody. He's going to stay a priest until then. I don't want Ramza to be a summoner or a mediator, so that just leaves Salome, Veronica, and Matsuo. Veronica, having been a mediator already, means that she shouldn't be the one that is a mediator, because obviously the person with the job equipped is going to earn the most for that job. So one of the level 2 summoners should be a summoner. So one of the ladies. Oh, and we're in an ad. I'm going to go ahead and swap over to Smash Bros. I'm just going to keep looking at some of this stuff behind the ad.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1.
Nobody's a level 2 though.
Pikachu! 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 Pika!
This game's winner is Pikachu.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Pikachu wins the final round. So, this matchup ends as close as any matchup can end. 6-5. I didn't get a prediction open for you, so sorry about that. But we'll be sure to get one open for the next matchup because it's going to be a brand new matchup. That was the 11th round, which means it's time to switch over to a new set of characters. So, let's reset here. Get the scores back down to 0. In the red corner, we will have Fox. And in the blue corner, we will have Luigi. So for the next 11 ad breaks, those will be our combatants. Let me go ahead and get them selected here. We do this live on a real N64 in case anybody thinks these are like pre-recorded or something. It's all real. Just like wrestling. Alright, and we're back. I've moved some stuff around here. We're working on some stuff. Hi, Nima. Is there some stormy weather out there? I'm sorry, Poochie. I'm sorry that there's a cloud within 5 miles and that it makes you sad. You're doing better this week than last week. You've had some happy days. We had a dark spell yesterday, and it looks like we're going to have a little dark spell today, too. Hopefully it passes. What a good Poochie. I wish I could do more for you, Neem. If I could make rain illegal for you, I would. Okay, so I have set Veronica as a summoner. I've also changed everybody away from equip armor, equip shield, equip specific weapon, and whatever. Everyone is back to JP up. That is our biggest concern right now, is just getting this JP as quickly as possible. We're going to do some random encounters to help facilitate this transition that we're trying to do here. And we want to gain as little EXP in the process. I don't want to get super over-leveled. I've enjoyed the challenge factor that we've had so far. So, I don't know if I want to give Veronica any of these regular summons. So I think I'm just going to leave her with only Moogle. She'll still have her monk skills to supplement. And I wonder if I'm better off. I wonder if her monk skills would be better if I took away her staff. Probably not. Okay, and then Salome can kind of flex. Technically Matsuo is supposed to be our flex person. Veronica is supposed to be all-time physical. Roberto's supposed to be all-time magical. All things magical. And then Salome and Matsuo are just kind of like in the middle. But I should probably set Salome to be either mediator or summoner as well, even though that's a really bad idea party composition-wise. But I think I might go double summoner, because she's also level 2 for summoner. So that means that everybody needs a little bit more summoner. And also her being the dancer, that makes a little bit more sense, because she can just kind of hang back. So we'll give her Moogle as well. It's a low cost. It's spammable. Dances are obviously more spammable. That's another thing that we'll need to consider. Is we need everybody to have an ability they can use for free to farm JP. So maybe I'll give Veronica Squire skills instead, just for that reason. She probably won't need her punch arts. Technically, Chakra can be used to farm, but she needs to be missing HP, which means she needs to be next to somebody else who can attack her. But if she can just accumulate over and over and over, that's certainly better. Okay, so Salome we need to swap over to Summoner. We're going to double up on Summoner. We don't care about having a summoner in our party long term. I don't plan to use summoner at all. We just need to level it up enough for everybody so that we can get everyone access to the Bard skill list. That's why we're doing this. Because Bard has move +3. Okay, everything else looks fine. Now, Ramza, I'm gonna leave alone. You're wondering how the spillover JP works? Yeah. And if I had more time or will to do so, I guess I would like research it, but it doesn't matter to me that much because I feel like I'm gonna do the same thing either way, I guess. Okay, so we discovered that Samurai is definitely a bust, which is unfortunate. It had potential to be cool. The abilities themselves are very good, but the fact that they're based on inventory and the inventory is not infinite and can break, I am immediately disinterested. It's not reliable enough. The long-term plan for Ramza is... Oh, there's a new Squire ability. Raise brave, speed, and physical magic attack power by shouting. Holy smokes. So it's basically yell and accumulate and more. That's awesome. I associate that emote with Curlytros. So it's cheer up plus yell plus accumulate and also magic. Well, we're definitely taking that. And I'll definitely give Ramza what else is he missing from Squire? Why doesn't it say Master? That's weird. Everything says learned, but it doesn't say Master. Huh. We'll definitely give him Squire skills for his sub ability, but I need to decide something I want to make him on top. I guess it should be Monk so that I can work towards Hamedo. That's probably a good idea. So we'll swap him over to Monk. And then we'll give him Guts. Regular counter. I guess removing count, knowing that we're gonna specifically be grinding, I could also switch everybody to Regenerator to prevent us from accidentally counter-killing someone. It would allow us to more easily surround the final enemy. But if Ramza's the only one, that kind of works out. I can just have any of the other 4 characters do the surround. Okay, now let's look at equipment. We haven't touched that at all. Monks don't wear hats. Now, we also want to do some shopping. However, it's possible that we could just save... we could save the shopping for after we do some of this JP grinding. Because we'll have more money. You know what I mean? So... I'll give everybody sprint shoes because we want to take as many actions as possible. Why is he not wearing this? How does optimize not catch that? Good to know. Because, yeah, there's a bunch of new stuff in the shops, and it's a little bit overwhelming. It's a little bit overwhelming. Who's wearing these other holy miters? Matsuo, surely you can wear something else. Twist headband? That should be fine. I'd rather the summoners be wearing the holy miters, because they need the MP to be able to farm more effectively. Don't so much care about... Oh, we have another white robe. When did we get that? Okay. That's a ton of MP. I don't know if we've ever had more than 100 MP. Sprint shoes for everybody. Wait, is, Oh, we gotta cry. Is Rafa wearing a white robe? Yeah, we're gonna take that. I'll be taking that for Veronica. Perfect. Okay, I don't really care what weapon they have. Doesn't matter. And Matsuo needs sprint shoes. Yeah, we'll take power sleeve for him. Okay. So, we're gonna commit this to a save. Before we do, I want to just look at what their skill tree looks like, our new characters. So these are all of the random attacks. There's one with a chance to add abnormal status as well. And then other than that, they're just Squire. Okay, and they're the same as everybody else. Okay, and then how about Malik? Same thing, just slightly different. His are more elemental, different abnormal status, and then otherwise Squire. Okay, got it. Got it. Yeah, we won't be using them. How do I order unit? There we go. Oh, that is by level. Wow, okay. I just wish that I could have them down there where Mustadio and Agrius are. I guess, though, it'll naturally happen soon as we level up. Because they must have joined the party at levels based on Ramza's level or something. So once we go up a couple other levels, we'll be fine. Okay. Canceling out of the formation screen gives me fear, because I think it's going to immediately take me into a battle. It's so nice to actually just go out to the map. Yo, what's up, Gooby? How you doing? All right, we're gonna commit this to file 9. This is gonna be JP spends and pre-grind job changes. Have a good lunch. Glad to hear you're goobin'. And then we're going to step into the bar here. And it's going to be time to read some rumors. Because it's a new chapter. Looks like we've got 4 here. So this is going to be notes heavy. I need to use the restroom really quick. And then also take a peek at the little guy. I think he's fine, but I just want to go take a peek at him. Since he made a sound of displeasure. I'll be back in just a few seconds. Okay. Sorry, that was longer than a few seconds. He needed a change. He's all good. All right. Let's come back over here. And let's do some reading and writing, shall we? Rumors are floating around. That man's face is melting. Welcome in, Brack. All right, so this is called Zodiac Brave Story, and this looks to be the same Zodiac Brave story that we saw at the beginning of the game. But I don't know if it's exactly the same. This looks like it's a little bit different. Oh, I hit X. But it's mostly the same. All right, let's look at Zodiac Stone. Crystals said to be made in a mythic era with a zodiac symbol carved on their surface. The crystal was known as the Zodiac Stone of the 12 zodiac symbols. Okay. The stones are said to have holy powers used by the Zodiac Braves to work miracles. The last time they were seen was during St. Ajora's time. No one has seen them since. This seems like a repeat as well. Future of the War 2. Suffering through the long stalemate, Larg's army began to mobilize. Over 80% of the knights in the front line were Hokoten when the march on Bethla began. So this is what we heard at the end of Chapter 3. Bethla was a strategic location for the invasion of Zeltenia. Occupying this area would mean an abundant food supply. This would either make or break the war effort for either side. Okay, so I want to write something down about this. The effort by Larg to take Bethla was for strategic positioning against Zeltenia and food supply, not to free Ruvelia. And then we will highlight in the margin to denote that this is a rumor. So this is often just like a window into the public's perception of a situation versus what it actually is. And I need to remind myself, okay, yellow is for rumor. And blue is for Al-Islam, which is what we're going to do after the rumors. So let me go ahead and just repeat my key on this page here. So bar rumor and Al-Islam. Because often these turn out to be not true. So I want to make sure that I denote these are text that I read in the game versus my own like reactions or opinions or whatever. So I don't get confused and think, why did I think this when I go back and read it? Because I'm assuming that Larg wants to free his sister from prison. Maybe I'm forgetting that she's like already dead or something, but she was imprisoned there. But it could also be that that is one of the main reasons why, and this is how it's served to the public or how the public interprets it. Okay, monster in Riovanes Castle. There was an incident of an attack by an unidentified monster at Lionel Castle. Wait. Okay, that was Draclau. But now it has occurred again at Riovanes Castle, home of Duke Barrington. Victims of this incident are said to number over 500. The image of people's crushed heads are etched into the minds of those who saw it. Wow. Okay, so we're also going to write down that there are at least some eyewitness accounts of demons at Riovanes. Wait, what the heck? Why didn't that go off? We just had one earlier. I don't understand how this happens. Where just like time causes a disconnect. We literally had a Star Wars alert like less than 2 hours ago. And everything still says it's still connected. Let me just restart the bot. We had an amazing Star Wars alert earlier, Brack. We had a double Chewie. It's never happened before. All right, let me do a tester here. Okay, channel points are working. I don't remember what my shortcut key is for... Is it SW or SW4?
This place can be a little rough.
I'm ready for anything.
There you go. Well, I guess I'll give you 2 since the new economy is you get 2 every time.
Now that's a name I've not heard in a long time. A long time.
And those commands won't work for you guys, so don't even try. Of course I know him. That's a separate one. That one's also in there. That's in the pool as well. He's me. Okay, there are... Sorry, sidetrack. There are at least some eyewitness accounts of demons at Riovanes. Alongside the accounts of Draclau at Lionel, I guess I'll just put public image of truth strengthens. And then also public does not associate Riovanes monster with Barrington. I was also considering, like, it's possible that Barrington's not actually dead. You know, maybe he had a stone and he, like, transformed in midair and the yell was him transforming and he's still alive somewhere. Alright, and then this is another rumor. Okay, so we're done with rumors. There's some propos here, but we haven't really done any propos. Oh, you know what? I can send... Oh, you know what? I can't send guest characters. Man, I wish I could send guest characters on propos. They would be perfect for it. I guess that's a good incentive to use the guest characters and then send the other ones on propos. But that ship has kind of already sailed for me. Okay, we're going to... We're going to look at the shop here. This is a little bit overwhelming. There's some new weapons. There are a lot of new armor. And the main thing here is basically I need to have a lot of forward thinking. Oh, sorry. Still got the notes on the screen. Exclamation point notes. You can take that off the screen if I forget. I need to have a lot of forward thinking to be able to think about everyone's final trajectory, job-wise. And then I also need to have kind of a backstock of like multiple armor loadouts for different situations. You know, like if I need to make a full party of knights or squires with huge HP to tank something like the Velius fight, I need to have 4 to 5 sets of armor. And that was definitely a factor in some of the previous encounters. Is this better than the crystal helmet? Everybody's wearing different equipment now, so I can't check it. But we basically have 2 new stages of armor for everything. But there's no light armor here. So there's probably new light armor as well, but we would need to go to a different town to get it. We also have some new accessories. Physical +3? Holy moly. 50,000 though. Alright, how about these? Cancels Dead and Darkness, always re-raise. That's massive. Absolutely massive. Reflect Ring, eh. Cancel Silence and Berserk. Not a big deal. Sleep and Death Sentence is pretty good. That one's okay. Confusion and Charm is very good to resist. This is a good one to have. This would be a decent one to have, like, just a stock of 5. This one as well, Petrify and Stop. We have this one. We have 6 of these. That's a good one to have, too. The Dracula Mantle. So this is just a very, very minor upgrade from the Elf Mantle. I'm not really into the mantles anymore. We have been using a little bit of Phoenix Downs, so I might want to grab a fresh stack of those at some point. But 8 is fine for now. So we need to save up a bunch of money. We probably need to triple our money. We do have some things that we can sell, but let's see. So we're ultimately going this way to Dogala Pass. So we have a chance to hit 2 different random encounters on the way. I don't think 2 random encounters is going to be enough to get us where we need to be with Summoner and Mediator for everybody. But it's possible. It is possible. Because we could really, like, Scarface push it to the limit some random encounter grinding to a level that we have not done previously. So I think the best bet is to try and do that. But the issue is we would need to buy whatever equipment we want from this shop before we step away if we're trying to be as optimal as possible and not have a bunch of calendar shenanigans. I'm going to go back and look at what Yardow's shop inventory is like, because we have been there before. And I know that all the fort cities are the same, so if I don't have Yardow written down, I can just check one of the other fort cities. It looks like I don't have Yardow, so let's go back. I think Wargillis is the other fort city? No, that's a trade city. What's the other fort city? Zaland. Zaland has rods, staves, and light armor. Perfect. So that's where we're going to have, that's where we're going to get our light armor. Okay, so let's go back into the shop. And sell everything that we can safely sell, inconsiderate of any current jobs, and then see where that leaves us. Oh yeah, that's the Akihiko Yoshida hallmark, Brack, is that people don't have noses. There's no noses in Ivalice, or any of the other Final Fantasy spin-offs that he's done. Akihiko Yoshida does not draw noses. Smelling is overrated. It's true, it's probably a pretty smelly place. I don't think I need more than one mithril gun. If I have other people swap to Mediator after we're done with Summoner, they can use other weapons. 15,000. That's huge. I don't ever want to use this axe ever again. That's 6,000. I probably don't need these diamond swords because we're going to upgrade them to the newer, more powerful swords. So let's go all in there. I might want to hang on to these samurai swords. But let me see how much they're worth. That's 8,000. Okay. I can definitely sell 2 musk rods. I'm going to keep that dagger. How much is this spear worth? Not much. Definitely going to sell the harp. I'm going to keep the battle dict because we are going to try out calculator. It is going to happen. I can sell this old gun. I don't ever want to use the flail ever again. I don't care that it's not worth much. Yes, that's right. That's what I say to the flail, Smash. Welcome in, how are you? They breathe through their ears. Whoa. Never selling the blood sword. Thank you for here. Mage Masher, not worth a lot. So we'll just keep it, I guess. We're already over 100,000. That's excellent. I don't see myself ever using this crossbow. So I'll get rid of that. I'll probably never use these mithril shields. Okay, I don't want to sell the diamond helmets yet because, well, we might need to. We might need to. Do I finally have access to this barrette? Can't tell if it's actually in my inventory or not. Okay, the cross helmets can definitely go. The gold helmet can definitely go. Triangle hats can definitely go. Red hoods can definitely go. The green beret is tempting just because of the speed +1 in, like, desperation. Even though it's super, super outdated. But the red hoods can go. These are worth quite a bit, though. Okay. Let's see. Judo outfit. Cancel's dead. Tempting to keep just for that reason. Wizard robe. Yeah, speed is so powerful. We can get rid of all the gold armor. We can get rid of the brigandines. Silk robe can go. Honestly, the wizard outfit can go too. These are worth 4,000? Oh man, I should sell these. Okay. Germanus boots are definitely a keep. Red shoes are a keep. All the mantles can go. I think battle boots are safe to get rid of now. Especially with 8 pair. Move +1 is pretty not useful at this point. Especially with Germanus boots having move +1 included. Alright, we're now at 150k. That's excellent. Edgesis? They got an S instead of a space bar there. By famous ninja school. Edge is hook-shaped to raise damaging power. Okay. Now, let's do some math. Let's do some math here. So, if I wanted... Yeah, welcome in, H-Bunk. Not saving up for anything in particular, necessarily. We mostly want to buy a backstock of swords and armor. For future use. So, HP +100, HP +90. Current armor is 80. So it's just 10. 10 every scale. Okay. Are these the same? These are also 10 every scale? Yep. Okay. 10 and 10. So, okay, if we wanted 4, let's say 4 circlets and 4 carabini males, we're looking at 40k, 80k, and then another 12, so 92 for heavy armor. And that would leave another 60k for weapons. which would be enough for me to get... Now, mind you, the maximum number of swords would technically be 8 because of 2 swords. So we wouldn't have enough to buy 8 ice brands. But the ice brand is also dangerous because on the off chance we run into someone that absorbs ice or resists ice, it gets nerfed. Plus, we're always going to use the blood sword. So technically 7 would be a maximum stock here. But I think I might opt for 2 ice brands and the rest platinum swords. Or maybe it should be the other way around. To get the extra attack point. Okay, let me stop doing napkin math and do actual calculator math. So we have 10,000 times 4, and then we have 13,000 times 4, and then we have... So, okay, how many swords would this be if I did it the way I wanted? If I did it the way I wanted, we would buy 5 ice brands and 2 platinum swords, which we cannot afford. 70k for 5 ice brands. It's already out of reach. So, what I should probably do... Well, actually, if I buy the armor first, then I can sell all the diamond armor that I have. And that might put me over. I hesitated to sell the diamond armor. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's buy 4 circlets. And let's buy 4 carabini mail. And now I can feel more comfortable about selling all my other stuff. The crystal helmet is still good. Oh, so maybe I should only buy 3 circlets to save myself some money. Probably. So we can reset for that. We wouldn't lose anything. Boom, bum, bum, bum. I forgot that the crystal helmet was better. Or I guess I didn't check. Okay, yeah, let's reset. I did save after all of my reconfiguration of jobs and stuff, so we don't have to do any of that again. We're not losing anything. I'm also going to unequip some of my guest characters, like, completely, for the most part. I've been worried that the game is going to force me to use them, but having come this far, I am significantly less worried about that. So, I'm going to go all in. I wouldn't put it past this game to force me to do it, like, right at the end. Like, FF6 style or something. Okay, so first off, I'm going to take away... yeah, I'll just take all this stuff. You can keep your weapons. Not all of this will I sell, but some of it I will. And then, I'm gonna take Agrius's stuff, too. Okay. Back into the shop. We can just go straight to the selling here now. We sell the slasher. We sell the 2 diamond swords. We sell 2 musk rods. We sell the harp. We sell the flail. We sell the mithril shields. We sell the old gun. We We sell the cross... No, we'll keep the crossbow. Now that we're selling this other stuff, that money's going to be negligible. All right, we go ahead and sell our 3 diamond helmets. We sell our cross helmets, our gold helmets, triangle hats, red hoods. We go ahead and sell our diamond armor, which feels really weird, but don't worry. We sell our gold armor and our brigandine. These get mixed up really easily. Got it. It's only worth $9.50. I'll keep the wizard outfit. We can sell the silk robe. And then we sell our mantles. And our battle boots. Alright, so we have a little bit more than we did last time. Now, we buy 3 circlets, because one person can use the crystal helmet. And then we buy 4 carabini mail. And now we're gonna buy... Okay, we still don't... Or wait. No, we're just a little bit short. I want to buy 5 ice brands and 2 platinum swords, but I can't quite afford that. We're 10,000 away. Plus, we also have to consider that I'm not going to have an easy way to grind, like, tens of thousands of gil when we get to the light armor shop. So I think I need to be a little bit more judicious here. I'm going to buy... Let's see. 28 plus 22... I can leave myself with 32,000 gil. Which sounds pretty good. Alright, we'll do that. I'll buy 2 ice brands, 2 platinum swords. This covers a single equip for everybody. Or 2 sword configurations, and then people who don't use swords. I think that's pretty versatile. And then let's... we currently don't have anybody wearing armor, which is also scary. But I'm assuming we'll be okay for this random encounter. We'll obviously save beforehand in case we're not. So let's do another save here. In case we decide that spending all that money was a bad idea. This will be SS10, and we'll call this pre... JP grind... Riovanes shop. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna catch a random encounter at Yu-Gi-Oh! Woods. We're gonna play some Yu-Gi-Oh! It's time to duel. And then we're gonna try to milk this random encounter for all it's worth and see if we can get at least everybody's summoner to level 4, if not mediator as well. Let me double check that everybody has skills to burn. Guts, sing, dance, skill. Okay, Matsuo needs a change. We'll give him the basics. Also, can you learn any talk skills while we're here? Yeah. We'll do, we don't want to, we probably won't use any of these. They're going to be too low, we'll have him save up for equipped gun instead. That's probably better. He's not going to use any of those. And then everybody has regenerator except for Ramza, because we want to avoid counter killing, so we can more easily surround whoever we choose as the final enemy. I'm going to open up a prediction. We're going to run an ad in a few minutes. We've got a new character matchup. Fox versus Luigi. First round, there's no data. So you just gotta guess on your wager. You got 2 minutes to get your points in if you want to. Okay, let's save one more time. Same slot. You know who you want to win, but... reality may be different. You never know, man. You never know. Okay. So now we're gonna reset until we get an encounter here. I'm starting to get used to my my matcha and my coffee unsweetened, which is exciting. It was rough at first, but it's starting to become very normal. It's also nice because it makes me drink it slower. So I kind of get to enjoy it more in a different way. Like, in one way, it's more enjoyable when it's, like, super sweet and tasty, but it's also gone really fast. So I get to savor it a little bit more when it's unsweetened. I don't remember which encounter Yu-Gi-Oh! Woods. I think this is the one that has the big tree in the middle, and we had all the monsters. So this might be a little bit difficult, because the little phantom guys, I don't think we can corner them. I think they can just warp around no matter what. So this might be a little bit difficult to grind, but I guess if nobody's countering, we should be okay. As long as we don't let Ramza kill it. And we'll pivot and reconfigure as we need to. But everybody has JP up on. We're just going to be goofing around, farming JP. Come on, Yu-Gi-Oh! Come on. Brack, I feel like there was something I was going to tell you about yesterday, and I can't remember what it was. I don't know if I'm going to be able to think about it. Or think of it. I'm able to think about it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to think of it. Yo, what's up, Vicious? How you doing? Welcome in. We're just resetting to try to get a rando here. Really exciting stuff. We have two potential rando spots between here and our next story point. And we have some grinding that we want to do, as well as some shopping. And I'm going to try my darndest to make sure that we can basically do it along the way. So that I don't have to go out of my way to manipulate the calendar and whatnot. Come on, Yu-Gi-Oh! Let's go! There's also a world where... Well, yeah, I won't even entertain that until we get there. But yeah, to recap for those that weren't here or that may have missed it, I am on a mission to unlock everyone's Bard job tree, because Bard has move +3, and I want move +3 on all of my characters. So, to unlock the Bard job tree, everybody needs to be a level 4 summoner and a level 4 mediator. So I have summoners and mediators in my party. Everybody has JP up on. We're going to go try to farm a bunch of actions to get the JP that we need to get everybody up there. And hopefully the fact that Roberto has been a bard for a long time means that everyone else has been earning bard JP through osmosis, even though they don't have access to the skill list yet. But we don't really know. But hopefully this will prove or dispel that. We got our rando. Okay, and the ad is here. I'm going to run it. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Fox.
Well, it looks like that one was a bloodbath. Home field advantage, we'll call it. I don't know if y'all saw, though, but Luigi won the warm-up, so there is a world. There is a world. But for now, it's 1-0 for Fox. Fox is one of the highest scoring characters so far. He might be the highest average scorer. I keep meaning to add a new thing to my spreadsheet tracker. I can see everybody's score, and you all as well can at the bottom left of your screen see everyone's total scores on the far left of that far right. I said reft. Wow. Just combining both directions. What if instead of center we said reft? On the far right of the table there, you can see everybody's total score. Link is technically the top scorer, but he's also appeared in more matchups than Fox. So I need to add an additional number cruncher that looks at like how many matchups the character has appeared in versus their total score. Because some of the lower scoring characters that appear to be the worst have also appeared in less matchups. So, we'll just have to wait and see how it all shakes out. When it all is done, we're going to have some big on-screen, on-stream event where we determine the ultimate level 9 CPU. We'll have a seeded tournament bracket, but it's going to be a long time before we get there. There's 66 possible matchups, and we're on number 28. If you want to choose who fights next, that's wide open, 1,000 channel points to pick a character. All right, let's come back over here. We finally got our rando. So let's get everybody in here and start grinding. And I know exactly what we're going to do, too. So it'll be great. Okay, I was right about the battlefield. So we have a bunch of floaty monsters. These guys cannot be trapped. So normally we would kill all but one enemy and then trap one enemy in a corner so that it can't go anywhere. Just to kind of try to control its actions. But we won't be able to do that this time around. But that's fine. With only one character able to counterattack, I just need to make sure that the last character that we leave isn't attacking that character. Why can't that hit? Oh, because he's floating. Right. Earth Slash is an Earth type attack. I keep forgetting that. I'm going to try to minimize the amount of times I accumulate with Ramza, because he's the one character that can counter. So I don't want his attack to get too gargantuan. But everybody else is going to do it to earn JP. And Roberto and Salome are going to sing and dance the entire time. Salome is going to try to boost our speed into oblivion. Or, sorry, Roberto is going to try to boost our speed into oblivion. I believe he earns JP even if it doesn't hit anyone. But it might not. Veronica's going to move in. And she can accumulate. We'll try to have her do some summoning because she'll get some JP from that as well. Salome is going to hang back here and just dance. What should I have her do, though? I guess I can have her do Wisnibus for a little while. Until everybody's gone. Except for the last guy. And then we'll have Matsuo move up. Who can he shoot from here? Looks like anybody that we want. Oh no. So this guy does the most damage. We'll go for that one. I don't care which one of these is the one that we leave alive. It really doesn't matter. But y'all are gonna want to strap in because this is gonna be a long one. I know what everybody's job levels are. So at the very least, I want to make sure that my two summoners get to the summoner level they need, and that my mediator gets to the mediator level that he needs. And that shouldn't take too long, but also everybody else is earning job points for those jobs through osmosis at a lower rate, and we unfortunately won't know what their growth rate is for those. So once Salome and Veronica get 2 job level ups, we'll see where we're at. Because I'm sure the 1 job level up that Matsuo needs will come much sooner. That's a very low number. That's actually good for our purposes. Alright, hopefully this hits at least one person. Okay, we got 2 of them. Or 3. 49 JP. God, that's amazing. Alright, Matsuo's gonna... or Ramza's gonna move in. I wonder if I can hit them with Spin Fist. Should probably just attack, though. $114 damage. Alright, we'll take the perfect accuracy. This guy's dead. And early on, we want them to attack and get countered, because we want all the other enemy characters to die as soon as possible. Because that means their corpses turn into crystals faster. Or chests. And we do want to get those too, but that's not the main reason why we're here. The main reason why we're here is just to take as many actions as possible, which is why I'm trying to boost our speed into Oblivion. And I'm trying to move as little as possible. Because if I don't move, my next turn comes faster. Alright, he's not quite in kill range, so we'll shoot this guy for 80. Alright, Veronica, why don't you go ahead and do a Moogle? Oh wow, we can hit all 3 of us with that. Nice. Might as well. That's gonna hurt. That's almost enough to kill her. We do have the ability to revive her, but we'd prefer not to. But it looks like we're gonna have to. That's fine. I'll have Ramza do that so Roberto can keep singing. Alright, we got some more speed boosts. More speed means more turns, which means more actions, which means more JP. I feel like I gotta do... Spin Fist in this scenario, right? I can kill 2 of them. Amazing. And then I can revive next turn. And then this is actually a pretty good position for him to stay in because this is the guy that will leave last because he has a lot of health and this one doesn't. And this guy can't attack me in a way where I can counter next turn. So I'm just going to stay right here. So Karna's going to go after Matsuo. So that guy we're going to keep alive. Roberto... I think I'm going to switch Roberto to Heal Song now, that everybody has a speed boost. We're going to get an absurd number of actions now, especially with how few enemies there are. And I don't know if the likelihood of the song's success goes down based on how many buffs you have. It doesn't seem like it does, but Life Song always hits, so we're just going to switch songs here. And then we need to switch Salome off of Wisnibus. We can switch her to... What do we want to switch her to?
You ever hear of the Seattle 7? That was me.
How things been going?
I don't know. Strikes and gutters, ups and downs.
Sure, I got you.
Thank you, Brack, for the 100. That does put us at 500. Would you like a spin? Maybe I'll wait to dance or to do Moogle until Veronica's back up. So we'll switch to. Well, we can let Wisnibus go for one more turn. Sure, but it can wait. Okay, I'll try to do it during an enemy turn, which I guess is not very long at this point. But yeah, we'll do that soon to break up the monotony of this grind. Can I shoot the last guy from here? Yes. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of you. So we have our final enemy now, who we cannot surround. But it's probably a good idea for me to draw aggro away from the person I'm trying to revive. So let's have Matsuo move over here. And hopefully he'll go towards the three of them, since he can't get to Ramza. Oh, but Ramza's going to go now. Okay. Well, when is his next turn? The enemy. Roberto and Salome both get to go. Okay, well, we'll just see what happens here. Gotta watch my height for this revive. Welcome back, Veronica. Oh, cool, and she immediately gets a turn. That's also good. His movement range is the entire map. That's so wild. I think it's because he has teleport, or what the equivalent of teleport is. Doesn't show there, but... And we can have that too, but I think the way that it works is if the farther you try to go, there's like a chance it can fail, and you'll end up somewhere else. It would be interesting to mess around with, though. She doesn't have a way to heal herself. So let me... Okay, let me look at the AT here. So we're going to get Life Song. Salome's going to do one more Wisnibus before I can switch her to... Summoning. And we might get to do a Moogle before... And then let me see when her Mowgli would go off. Oh, pretty much immediately. It might change a little bit if I move, but I'll go ahead and move. I just want to get her out of kill range. This is going to be a tough... It's actually going to be a little bit tough to keep everybody alive, because this guy has a pretty strong attack. He can do like 100 damage. So that's going to make it a little bit challenging. Alright, there's the Mowgli. I'm going to get ready for this wheel spin. Alright, there's one job level for Veronica. We got to keep track of that. She needs one more. Salome needs 2 still. Roberto, you just keep going, man. Salome, you are going to switch to Moogle as well. Because we need to heal a little bit. I forgot to turn the mic on. I forgot that it was off. Nada. Not plugged in. All right. I forgot that I turned it off to conserve battery. We landed on Game Gush. I was about to spin again. All right, Brax, so you can choose a game for me to gush at some point today. From the list. Let's go back over here. Okay, so I need Ramza to basically get away from this guy. I don't know if this guy can do direct attacks that we can counter, honestly. I can't get close enough to Veronica to remove her sleep status, so that's going to have to be someone else. I'm just going to have Ramza stand in the middle of these corpses and wait for them to change. And he can just yell over and over and over to get an absurd number of turns. Or actually, you know what? I shouldn't do that. I should move Ramza closer to the rest of the party and have him yell at others. Because he needs the JP less than the rest of them. Does this get rid of sleep? No. Okay, Matsuo is going to accumulate. Roberto, he can get rid of sleep, I believe, with Asuna. So I guess I should have him do that. Because we need her to keep taking actions. Roberto may also need to pivot. Oh, sorry. Thank you, SNES. We may also need to pivot to him healing the enemy. Although this guy might take damage from healing magic, so that could be a problem too. Alright, only a 70% chance to remove sleep. Salome needs to go back to dancing. Does this guy have MP? Yeah, so we'll do some witch hunts until... until he runs out of MP. And then we'll figure out something else to do. Hopefully this hits. Looks like we got it. Yeah, that one's kind of a weird one. I couldn't figure out a way to do that with just a Stream Deck button. So I have to have the Stream Deck button put a specific message into the chat and then have my external bot look for that message. So that's why that's the way it is. But it's set up so that only I can do it, so that other people can't do it. But I think now I actually could do it the other way. Because I previously didn't know how to use show hide transitions for sources. So I think all I would need to do now is that. Because that's the reason why, is because it's actually moving, the bot is actually moving the source, counting an amount of time, and then moving it back. But I had, well actually it's only doing one and then the other for the other button. So yeah, all I would have to do now is change the source to have a show hide transition that does the same thing, and then the Stream Deck button could just be the source visibility, and then it wouldn't need to put anything in chat. But also there's like an argument for like arbitrarily funneling messages into your chat, which is kind of a weird meta conversation, but Okay, I decided that I want to move Ramza towards my allies so that I can yell at them. I'm gonna go yell at Salome. Oh yeah, I should be using Scream. Our new amazing skill that we got. That seems super busted. It risks chat API causing issues. Yeah. One also, a weird breakdown of the Stream Deck is sometimes buttons that specifically put a message into chat don't work. And I have to like close the Stream Deck and like reopen it to get them to start working again. And like everything else will be working. It's not like the Stream Deck is frozen or anything, but only the buttons that put a message into chat will break down somehow, and I can't explain it. Okay, Veronica is out of kill range now, which is good. But we can go ahead and do another Moogle here, just for funsies. And then I guess I'll have Matsuo be the corpse grabber. What a name. And he can just accumulate. Actually, I'm going to make a note for myself. Because I'll forget to do that later if I don't. Let's see. Salome, what are you going to do? You just going to... You're still witch hunting? How much MP do you have? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll keep going with that. And Roberto can go back to Life Song, I guess. Because that will always hit, even if they have full health and we still get JP. We figured that out a while ago. Okay. Ramza, what's Ramza doing? Oh yeah, he's yelling at people. We still haven't had a job level up for Salome yet. I guess I should use Scream. Or, it doesn't matter. The only thing we care about right now is speed, so I'll just do speed. Alright. I'm gonna change that. I'm working on trying to change one other thing, too. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to figure it out. It goes well beyond... I should probably ask Brack about it. Brack might be able to help me, because he has coding knowledge. I'm trying to figure out a way... I have 2 commands left on my old bot that I can't figure out how to recreate on my main bot, because it requires a lot of math that I don't know how to make it do. But if I could figure out a way to do it, what I'd be able to do is I could add the old... So the Moobot that's like posting random numbers into the chat, and people are often like, what is that? Is to have like commands on a timer, and I want the command text to come from the stream account rather than Moobot, so that I can like put emotes in it and it's just more obvious who's talking, you know? And people don't think that Moobot is some random person moderator, whatever. But if I had just if Moobot was only doing the numbers and not the other two things, I could add Moobot as a restricted user, so only the mods would see the chat messages of just the numbers. But I think my bot would still read them, and then it would still post the stuff into chat, but we wouldn't see the numbers, which would be nice and clean. You know, it's not a big deal to have the numbers, but I think it does throw people off and maybe makes them think that, like, there's a bot in my chat that I'm not doing something about. Like a bad kind of bot. But yeah, the idea, SNES, is... the two commands that Moobot is still doing are the ones that tell you how old the puppies are. So... if I were to migrate it to the new bot would have to be able to pull the current date and somehow do the math between a fixed date that the puppy was born and the current date, and then spit out text that says it has been such and such years, months, days since date. But there's a lot of layers to that I can't figure out how to do with the current bot. Like, I can get it to pull the current date. I don't have a way to create a variable for the static date in the past. And even if I did, there's not a clean way for me to do the math between the two dates either, because because months aren't evenly divisible. So I could do years, days, because those are, or I could do, like, you know, hours, minutes, seconds. But it wouldn't be clean, and it wouldn't display the way that I want it to display, so... But I also don't even know enough to know if the bot that I use is written in Python. I don't know what code base it uses, so I'd have to figure that out, or show it to somebody who could figure it out. Salome is still dancing. How much MP do you have? 11. Alright, keep it going, girl. Alright, this is going pretty well. But we still have a ways to go. We need 2 level ups for Salome still, and 1 for Veronica, and 1 for Matsuo. Oh, you came back to life. How did that happen? What? How did you come back to life? I mean, given what we're trying to do here, that's not a problem. But how did that happen? Did he, like, leech off of the region that Matsuo had? How is he coming... Do they just always come back when they hit 0, and the only way to beat these guys is to kill them all at once? And we just never encountered this scenario? They don't have the ability to turn into crystals? I mean, this kind of works out. Or maybe it's just because he's standing next to them. Because they like... Oh no, he's asleep. I thought they took his HP. I mean, this is totally fine because of what we're trying to do here. This would be a nightmare if this was a story battle. Yeah, I'm surprised that this has never happened before. But I guess it makes sense. Because the only times we've been required to fight these guys are in, like either complete randos or story randos, and we're just kind of plowing through. Okay, well this actually is extremely conducive to what we're doing right now. So I'm just gonna let it ride. Are you even missing any health? No. So I just need to make sure I don't hit that guy, because I think it'll do damage to him. Okay, I would like to go and restore Matsuo from sleep. But I don't think I can reach him from here. Well, I might be able to. We'll try it. If I can't, I'll just keep singing. Yeah, 68%. We'll go for it. What was Veronica doing? She's just accumulating. Well, let's see. Did these guys come back with full health? One of them did, and one of them didn't. So, yeah, I'm still gonna assume that this is our guy, especially with no MP. So he's just gonna stay alive. Barry Gibb. And we're just gonna hang out. We're gonna keep hanging out. Alright, and then Ramza can take this dude out. Wake up, Matsuo. Nice. Alright, and now this guy's back. Oh, and he took the chest. Oh, we don't even get to find out what it was either. That's kind of brutal. Salome, you can go back to doing Witch Hunt. Yeah, so it'll completely deplete our dedicated guy, which is good. I don't know if these guys actually use MP. This is more just something for her to do. And then Matsuo should probably move away and then shoot. So I guess they have a random chance to turn into a chest or crystal. Because obviously that one did. So maybe they're not guaranteed to revive. Alright, I need to get us set up for out to lunch here. I'm going to continue to do this while we're hanging out and watching Fortune Street. I won't be able to do a ton of it because I'll need, you know, one hand to feed the little guy and such and such. But I am going to keep this process going behind Fortune Street. I don't think anybody's going to have any issues with that. So I'm going to run an ad to get us closer to running on the hour. And when we come back, I'm going to be off camera, but still on mic. And I'll be giving you a play-by-play of what's going on in Tactics while we watch an automated game of Fortune Street that we're going to set up. If you want to vote for what song we listen to, you got a few minutes to go into the Discord and influence that. It'll choose what level, which subsequently chooses what song. Yeah, Farm and JP during Out to Lunch. Hell yeah. Cozy up, folks. I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. Thanks for being here.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Fox.
All right, Fox wins another one. This one was a little bit closer, but not that close. What am I sitting on? Oh, Pro Towel. All right. I realized that there's no way to for us to see Fortune Street and Tactics at this or like there's no way for you to see Fortune Street and for me to see Tactics at the same time. So maybe we'll just forego Fortune Street today. And I'll just have Tactics on the out to lunch screen. That seems good. And it's one less thing for me to set up. So, let's see here. I gotta get my Smash scores updated. There we go. Doo-doo-doo-doo. There we go. All right. So that's all set. And now we just go right over here. Look at this. I don't have a separate source for the Wii. So I would have to unplug the PS2 from the component switcher and turn the Wii on. You know, they're both going into the same line. So I don't have a way to have you see one and me see the other. So we're just going to do this. I wish I had the Suikoden one-handed controls here, but I can still pretty easily do this with one hand, so. I'm really curious if I can influence whether or not they revive in any way. Oh, is this going to be one of the days where you try to look at the screens the whole time? Yeah, we're not going to do that. Little guy is not interested in food at all, as per usual. Roberto, you can go back to singing now that nobody is asleep. Or maybe we should switch to Angel Song. That way the folks that are relying on MP can keep using MP. Well, we'll do Life Song for now. There you go. Big milestone, by the way. The little guy is becoming more interested in holding the bottle, which is incredibly exciting, because having to hold it for him obviously sucks. So the idea that he could, just hold the bottle and sit there and eat without me needing to sit right next to him every second, or he's not eating, is pretty massive, as you might imagine. And so far he'll do it for like the first like little bit of eating where he's like really, really excited and hungry, and then he kind of like gets bored with it and just like puts it down. I think it'll get easier when he gets to a stage where he's hungrier, because he'll keep wanting to drink. He'll keep wanting to put it back in his mouth. But right now he's just not a very hungry guy at all. So he's like bored with it. He's like, okay, I'm good. I drank like half an ounce. I'm not hungry anymore. But he needs to drink like 5 times that. 10 times that. Okay, Salome probably needs to do a Mowgri. But we don't want to hit that guy, because I think it will damage him. There we go. Yeah, last night I was feeding him late at night, and he does this thing sometimes when he gets really excited, where he starts slapping with one of his arms, usually his right arm, and he's usually like slapping his leg or like slapping his tummy. Sometimes he does it when he's excited, sometimes he does it when he's frustrated. And he was slapping the bottle, and I took that as like, okay, I need a break, stop making me eat, because he eats a lot at nighttime. So it's like, okay, I'll give you a break. And I took the bottle out of his mouth, but I was still kind of like holding it in front of him instead of like completely pulling it away. And he reached out and grabbed it with both hands and shoved it into his mouth. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, here we go. It was awesome. Okay, Roberto is still singing, so we can keep that going. Now, what is Ramza gonna do? He should probably yell at somebody. I'm gonna have him yell at Matsuo again. Since we're earning more Summoner JP than Mediator, we'll try to get him some additional actions. Again, I want to avoid boosting Ramza's attack into the stratosphere just on the off chance that I get attacked by the last guy and he counters. Wait, what? Oh, heal. Whoops. There we go. Yell at Matsuo. Right in his face. I'm doing this with the Pokemon game that I'm doing the challenge run for right now too, where I'm utilizing one-handed controls wherever possible. The only thing that sucks about that one, it's almost like Suikoden, where you can play with one hand, except you don't have a cancel button. So if you don't need to cancel anything and you only need to confirm, you can play the game with one hand, which for the most part works with grinding, which is what I'm doing. I for some stupid reason, I'm effort value training my starter because I got an optimal nature, and I was like, oh, this will be fun. So I haven't really started the challenge run. I just have a massively overpowered starter in the very first area. Okay, somebody's asleep. Veronica... Veronica, what is your attack stat at? Only 8. Okay. So you can definitely keep accumulating safely. But Roberto's gonna need to go wake up Salome. So we're gonna go down here. And we're going to Asuna. So obviously at a certain point, we're going to run out of MP with Roberto going for all these expensive Asunas. And then we can have him start doing Angel Song to replenish some. Okay, Ramza. I'm going to have him yell at Matsuo again. Keep going, little guy. There you go. Yeah, Ramza's our buff boy. Alright, 75%. Good job. Oh, it missed. She stands up, but it still missed. We haven't used Scream yet, no. We have it, but we haven't used it yet. Veronica can keep accumulating. If everybody could learn Yell, this game would be broken. Let's see. I can reach her from here, so I'll hit her with one. But yeah, since Matsuo's doing double duty for Mediator versus the two summoners, I wonder how long we're gonna have to wait for these job level ups. Alright, we got another Asuna to go for here. Maybe I can slightly increase my accuracy if I move behind her. Still 75. Oh, really, SNES? Interesting. Keep going, little guy. You haven't eaten hardly anything. Oh, did that wake her up? Okay. Well, that unfortunately means no JP for Roberto, but he's kind of the least of our concerns. So that's okay. So, some healing. Come on, little man. Veronica is accumulating. Alright, and a bunch of the other enemies are coming up on their 0 count. So we'll see what happens there. But in the meantime, Noms is just going to keep yelling at people. Alright, there's the job level up for Matsuo. He's now level 4 for Mediator, that's good. Salome, why don't you go ahead and just do another Mogri? Roberto, you can go back to singing. We'll have you do Angel Song now. And we'll yell at Veronica again. Accumulate. Accumulate. I can't believe Salome hasn't had a single job level up yet. Her and Veronica seem to be at like the same level. Like the same stage of the level. And she's only taken a few actions less due to getting knocked out in sleep. So she should be very close to her first one, but we need a second one for both of them too. Another Mowgli. Oh, shoot. Did that again. That's a waste. That's unfortunate. Roberto, you keep singing. Come on, little man. Okay, there's a treasure box. You're back. So yeah, it must just be RNG. They have a chance to come back, and they have a chance to turn into a chest. And maybe they have a chance to turn into a crystal? Let's see. Veronica, we should probably do a Mowgli. And then Matsuo... I guess Matsuo can shoot this guy. He might be able to one-shot him with how much he's boosted. No, not quite. That's actually really strange, because he's accumulated like 5 or 6 times, but his gun damage is still the same, so maybe guns are a little bit different than other weapons in that way. Come on, little guy. Keep going. You can't stop yet. You haven't had enough. Let's go... I guess Wiznibus is safe, considering it only does like 4 damage. Should I have Ramza take this guy out? Probably. Roberto, you keep singing your angel song. Veronica, you keep accumulating. He seems to be staying in this corner, which is interesting. I wonder if it's because of the radius of our Mowgri. And he knows that he would take damage from it. I don't think that's what it is, though. Because he can go anywhere. So it's really interesting that he's choosing to stay in one spot. Okay, Matsuo can go back to accumulating. I think I'll switch Roberto back to Life Song. Okay, you're back. You didn't take the chest. Okay, Salome. You can just keep doing Wisnibus. We'll heal you elsewise. Yeah, you've got regen on too. I might be able to wave fist that guy from here. We'll see. High Ether. We haven't found one of those yet. That's actually a good item to find. Let me see if I can wave fist. Yeah. You're almost to a point where I'll let you quit, little man. Keep going. I know you don't want any more. But you gotta have a little bit more. Okay, Roberto, you're gonna switch to Life Song. Okay, Veronica, keep accumulating. Matsuo, you can accumulate. Okay, Salome, let's have you swap to Mowgri. Can I hit Matsuo as well? Not quite. Alright, I can have her move. There, that'll hit everybody. Now he's gonna move. So yeah, something about Salome being in that spot kept him in that corner. Very interesting. Please don't die. Okay, good. Alright, if you really don't want any more, I'll let you stop. You good? You don't want any more? He's like, yeah, dude, I didn't want any more, like, 25 minutes ago. Alright, I'm gonna let him be done. What do I want Ramza to do? Maybe I'll Chakra? I don't think I can Chakra because of this height. So I guess if I can't, I'll just yell or something. These are both 4. Yeah, we'll try it. Yeah. Yeah, I can't do it because of the height. So we'll just yell at him. I guess I could wish. Yeah, sure, we haven't done this in a while. Roberto, you keep singing. Alright, I'm gonna go put him in his spot. And go heat up some food for myself. We're gonna be on a static screen for a bit. There's not really anything I can do about it. So, just enjoy the music. Alright, I can do a few more actions while I'm waiting for the food to heat up here. Yep, that's what you're looking at, Breck. Exactly. If there was a cursor memory, this would be so much faster. Gobi's going to town on her bag of chips. Y'all hear that? That's Gobi. That is the most surprisingly successful dog toy. It looks like a bag of chips and it makes the sound like a bag of chips. And I just bought it because I thought it was funny and like very Backlog Boys coded. And I was like, well, she'll probably either never play, they'll probably either never play with it or somebody will rip it open on day one and make a big mess and then we'll clean it up or whatever. But I mostly just wanted it for the lulz and the photo op. But it has ended up being very popular. You got a similar one. Nice. Oh, it looks like a ramen packet? That's funny. I feel like we might have seen that very same one at the same place where we got this one. That sounds very vivid. I can picture it exactly. And it's like chicken flavor Maruchan orange packet. The memories. The Maruchan memories. Alright, Karna, what you doing? I'm gonna try to put Ramza to sleep. That's fine, actually. So Roberto's gonna have to come over here and try to fix that. For some reason, easier to hit Ramza head on. I don't know why. Yeah, we can do Wisnibus. Yes, I have had the Shin Black before. That's in, like, the bowls. I've never had an instant ramen that I didn't like. But I just have to be careful that I don't get ones that have, like, fish sauce. And obviously I don't want the, like, dare level spicy. But yeah, I mean, salt tastes pretty good, so... Alright, let me go grab my... Speaking of salt, let me go grab my food that I heated up. Yeah, see, I have to be super... Like, obviously, if it says shrimp, I know to avoid it. But some of them aren't, like, shrimp or fish flavor, but they have fish sauce in the ingredients list, which is made with crab, and I can't have that, even in a really small amount. So that's the only tricky thing with a lot of Asian dishes for me. I have to ask if it's made with fish sauce, and people will be like, oh, are you allergic to fish? No, I'm not allergic to fish, but there's shellfish in fish sauce. Okay, static screen for a bit longer. Enjoy Salome dancing. Okay. I have to use knife and fork for the thing that I'm eating, so I'm gonna stay mostly muted so that y'all don't have to hear dishes ASMR, because I think that's a big no-no for a lot of people. But I'm here, and I'll play in between my two-handed cutlery. Okay, Matsuo has gotten 2 job level ups now, and somehow Salome hasn't had 1. So I guess I need to pivot to having Ramza yell at Salome. Clearly Salome needs to take more actions. Maybe she's just gaining less JP per action because dancing isn't as profitable, and I haven't paid close enough attention. Might have to just take away her dances and give her basic skill in case we need to do more of this. Okay, there's... Wait, that's a level up, not a job level up. Wow. Now I'm second guessing whether or not Matsuo's was a level up or a job level up. Okay, that dude is back. Oh, I didn't even notice Roberto was asleep. That's not a huge issue. But I don't have a way to wake him up, so... I'll double check, but I don't think Ramza can fix that. Can you shoot this guy? No. Have to go, like, right here. So yeah, accumulate doesn't increase gun damage. That's an interesting fun fact. That's it makes a lot of sense. I just wouldn't have expected them to put that level of detail and realism into the programming. But they have excluded guns from strength boosts. I wonder if it's the same for bows and crossbows too. Okay, Veronica's got another job level up. She's done. But I swear Salome hasn't even had one job level up. Not sure how that's possible. Oh, I forgot to check if we could wake up Roberto. Okay, just in case height matters, we'll go there. Oh wait, does this get rid of it? Yeah, I forgot about this. I was thinking of this one, which does not heal it. But yeah, we have Stigma Magic. I don't know why that says 0. I guess it's because it's looking at Ramza. Alright, cool. Nice. I need to remember that that's a thing. Ramenza. I can see where your brain's at today, Brack. Alright, now that dude is back again. Nice miss. 5%. Holy moly. Okay, Roberto. Maybe I should move Roberto. Send him back to Life Song, I guess. Keep everybody topped off. Nivus is fine. well can shoot this guy. Well, actually, I'm just going to have him accumulate, and we'll have Ramza take care of that guy. Alright, and we're going to go back to yelling at Salome. Because I don't know how she's so far behind in the level ups. Either I missed her getting a job level up, or something weird is going on. Oh yeah, we're still in it, SNES. We are still in it. I'm committed to at least getting the 2 job level ups on Salome before we end this battle. So that I can at least know that my current 2 summoners and 1 mediator are done with those classes. And then we can pivot in the next battle to finish up whoever is still behind. And then hopefully Roberto will be done with Priest and can flip back over to Bard and start giving Bard to the people who have newly unlocked it, which is hopefully at least 1 person, but probably 3, if not all. It's just going to depend on how well the osmosis goes. I'm going to go take care of my dishes really quick. And grab another drink. I've got a new energy drink that we're going to try. I'm already caffeinated today, but... LFG, right? I talked about this a little bit, I think, on Tuesday? Maybe it was yesterday. But I'm excited to try it. Okay, we're yelling at Salome every turn. Because my god, she needs to catch up. Okay, I'm gonna do my dishes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's come back over here. We're going to try a new energy drink. I'm going to give them a shout out if it's good. If it's not good, I'm not going to. I have full confidence that this is going to be good, though. Because listen to this. So, the reason why I was particularly excited about this is because, well, actually, here, let's change up the tunes for a little bit. And let's go over here. The reason why I was particularly excited about this is because there's no sweetener at all in this energy drink, which is very rare. It's usually either sugar or even worse, corn syrup, or if it's like a, diet or low calorie energy drink, it'll have something like sucralose or erythritol or whatever. I'm full no 0% on sucralose. I don't think sucralose is good for your body. Hashtag do your own research, I guess. It's inconclusive as far as like the FDA. And then erythritol I'm fine with in moderation as far as like the flavor. Allulose, I hate the flavor of. That's not usually in drinks though. Anyways, there's no sweetener in this whatsoever. And it also contains 15% fruit juice. So this one in particular is mango flavor. So there's mango juice and mango puree in here. But I think all the rest of them have orange juice and lime juice in them. The caffeine source is green tea extract. There's also chili pepper in here, which is exciting for just a little bit of a kick. 160 mils of caffeine, so it's exactly the same as the weird tea that I drink. The weird yerbas are 180. But yeah, it's fruit juice, green tea, other natural flavors, and a little bit of chili pepper. So no added sugar whatsoever. So yeah, I'm excited to see how this tastes. So let's give it a rip. And it's also not carbonated. It's a still drink, so you can... I should probably invert it a little bit because there's fruit puree in here, and there might be some settling. The lady bought these just because she's looking for something to help her not fall back asleep in the morning, because she has to wake up super early to feed the little guy, and it's still dark, and it's really easy for her to convince herself to just go back to sleep for a little bit before going to work, but she has a much better day if she doesn't, because she gets to come home earlier and she gets to spend more time with him, and she's been struggling with that because when she comes home, she wants to spend time with him because obviously she gets to spend less time with him than I do because I'm home all day. But he also has his like wizard time at night, and we can't really spend time with him and hang out with him during that time because he's just like fussy and wants to be left alone. And if we're hanging out with him, he just kind of like cries the whole time. But if we leave him alone, he's happy because he's either just gonna like take a nap or he'll play with his toys or whatever. Anyways, y'all didn't need to know any of that. Let's try this drink. It's very good. It's got a nice like citrus punch. Yeah, we call it wizard time instead of witching hour just because it sounds cuter and more fun. He's our little wizard. But yeah, from like 8 to 9:30, you can't really get anything out of him positive. he's just unhappy unless he's sleeping. This is really nice. It doesn't taste spicy, so the chili pepper is probably just a very, very small amount. It has a good mango flavor, which is, what it's supposed to be. I don't really taste the lime juice. That's also probably just that frontal, sharp citrus note at the very beginning. But I can definitely taste the orange juice as well. It's very good. This reminds me of like this one energy drink that I used to drink, and what I like imagined that it would taste like or wished that it would taste like, but it didn't actually. This is very easy to drink, especially because it's not carbonated. You could like very dangerously chug this. Yo, Clover! Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? I was just taking a brief break from doing some tactics grinding to taste an energy drink. How was Final Fantasy IV today? How's it coming along? I haven't been over in a while. Congrats on the FF3 video, though. I really enjoyed it. Folks, go follow... Oh, sorry. Sorry, Floyd. Automod didn't like your swear word, but I'm not offended. Darjeeling, nice to see you. Grommel, nice to see you. Floyd, welcome in. Is it Sakina or Sakina? Welcome in. How are y'all doing? You're on the moon. Wow, you're cruising right along then. I don't think I've even seen a Final Fantasy IV stream yet. Are you playing Pixel Remaster, or are you playing 2US, or are you playing GBA? Saki, thank you. What version are you playing? You're not going to torture yourself like you did with 3 and play it like 9 times, right? There's so many versions of FF4. All right, let me, I'm going to turn off this music and we're going to come back to the tactics screen just so I can give you all some Final Fantasy Tactics vibes. I'm really far into this game, but we're not in a story fight. So if you're worried about tactics spoilers, you're not going to see anything other than like jobs and abilities and stuff like that. But if that's spoilers for you, which it would be for me, that's your forewarning. But we're just in a random encounter, doing some grinding right now because we have some specific job abilities that we're trying to get to. We just got through some really, really hard fights and finally made it to Chapter 4, which was a big moment. But welcome in, everybody, and thank you for the follows that came in there. I appreciate that, too. At least one more version. Uh-oh. That's a hard choice, too, because there are so many versions of 4, and they're all so different. There's a lot of versions of FF1, and there's a decent number of versions of FF2, but they're all pretty similar to each other.
I'll be careful.
Or it's kind of like...
You'll be dead!
What an incredible smell you've discovered!
Thank you for the 200, Brack. Hey, I'd much rather have 100 hours of FF4 than 100 hours of FF3. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Pixel Remaster for now. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to decide what that one more should be, you know? I'm sure you'll figure it out, but I don't know what I would pick. Cuz like the DS version is super special, especially as a second playthrough or, you know, 9th playthrough. But I have a soft spot for the GBA ones. I really like the script on them. It'd be super funny to play the PS1 version just for the memes. And 2US is like an interesting study because it's like the one that we got. You know, it was the second Final Fantasy that we got, and it was the only one that we had until 7. You know, they're all like interesting case studies for their own reasons. But yeah, I'm a big Final Fantasy IV fan. That is always my recommendation to people as a first Final Fantasy. I think it's, without knowing anything else about the person, kind of no matter what, I think it's empirically the best first Final Fantasy. A lot of people say 7, a lot of people say 10. I disagree with those choices. Despite loving those games, I think they set really weird expectations for the rest of the series and kind of like put you on a path that might not be great. Well, yeah, we got FF6, yeah. But it was, yeah. Anyways, we're about to get hit with an ad. when we do ads here, we run a Smash Bros fight between two CPUs. We're currently running a matchup of Fox versus Luigi. If folks want to make a prediction with channel points, you can do that. Yo, Street, how you doing? It's me, it's Austin Gaming. I've got my FF9 shirt on today, represent. But we're playing some tactics today. Pretty deep into the game, doing some grinding. We have some very specific abilities that we want. We've been in this battle for, I think, about 90 minutes, maybe more. Because you can do some really cheesy stuff in this game to just kind of keep the dream alive. And farm stuff forever. And I'm absolutely not above that to get what I want out of the game. So we've just got one little guy alive here on the enemy side. Sometimes his friends come back to life, but we're not interested in killing him. We're just interested in doing random stuff that make number go up, as they say. Am I going to do the FF9 jump rope? Not on this stream. It's pretty rare to catch me playing a Final Fantasy because I've played them all. The only reason I'm playing this one is because it happens to be a first playthrough. So don't talk about this game, by the way. I'm very strict about spoilers. Not just story spoilers, but mechanical spoilers. Basically anything about the game I don't want to know, unless the game directly, explicitly tells it to me. So you have been forewarned. But yeah, I only do first playthroughs on this channel. Given the channel name, you might guess I am a boy working my way through his backlog. So I have a big wall of games behind me, and I would like to play them all. So I really like doing first playthroughs, reacting to things. But I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. I'm a big first-party Nintendo fan. Those are kind of my two schools of thought when it comes to gaming. But yeah, I love Final Fantasy, especially the first 9. But those aren't the only ones that I like. Those are just my favorites, especially 4 through 9, I should say. Those are the best ones for me, 4 through 9. But I really love Final Fantasy 12 and 13 as well. And 10 is good, but I don't think it's as good as everybody says. I like 10. I like 10. It's a good game. I think it's like number 5 or 6 on my tier list of the numbered games, which is on my backlogged, by the way. Thank you, Brack, for putting the link in the chat. If you want to be backlogged friends, I'll be friends with you. I have a Final Fantasy list in there. FF12 makes your top 1 for worst in the series. Well, that's an ice cold take, Floyd, but I know the 12 haters are out there, but I think they're wildly misinformed. 10 was your favorite forever until you recently started 9. And thank you for saying you love my collection, Saki. 10 just isn't your favorite FF game, it's your favorite game, period. Yeah, 10 is very important to people. And that's totally fine with me. I don't think people who love Final Fantasy X are wrong. I just don't love it as much as they do. I have a few gripes with 10 versus the rest of the series, and that's really all that holds it back for me. I think it's a very good game, but I think it's a weird first Final Fantasy, and it sends people down a weird path that is more other stuff than Final Fantasy. Like 10 seems to lead a lot of people to 13-2 and 15 and Kingdom Hearts and like all the Kazushige no Jima stuff. It's like the path to the dark side, almost, in my book. We're yelling at Salome. Nojima my go. Yeah, see, there you go. I'm not a big Nojima fan. Like I said, I love Final Fantasy 13, but that's like the odd one out. That's the only Nojima game that I really, really love. I'm not a Kingdom Hearts fan. I loved Kingdom Hearts 1, but not because of the story. You know, like, for me, Kingdom Hearts is just vibes, and I totally get that aspect of it, but people who say that it's like this amazing, sweeping canon of cerebral narrative... Sorry. Sorry. Can't follow you down that road. But to each their own. I won't yuck your yum more than I already have, I suppose. You like Dragon Quest as well, Saki? Yeah, I'm a huge Dragon Quest fan too. I'm working through that series in numerical order right now, off stream, and skipping the ones that I've played already. So I've played... My first Dragon Quest was technically 7, but it's not the first one that I beat. The first one I beat was 8, and then I went back and played 7. 7 is still my favorite. I love Dragon Quest 7 so much. Then after 7, I played 5, which is probably my second favorite. I weirdly played a fan translation of the Super Famicom version of 5. I have the DS version, but I've never played the DS version of 5. And those were the only 3 Dragon Quest I had played for a long time. And then in 2020, I went back and did 1, and then 2, and then 3. And so I've played 1, 2, and 3. I played the Game Boy versions of those, and really, really enjoyed them. Yeah, number 7 is, like, absurdly long, SNES. It's one of the longest video games. It's got to be one of the longest video games, period, for, like, completing, like, MSQ. That's, you know, not like an MMO or something. Or, like, a, you know, grand strategy game or something, maybe. It's really, really long. I'm glad I played DQ7 when I did, because I don't know how I would find the time for it now. But yeah, I have all the Dragon Quest games now. I have 4 on the DS, 5 and 6 on the DS. I have 9 on the DS. So I've got to play 4, 6, and 9, and then I can finally play 11. And I think I'll really, really appreciate 11 once I finally get there, because I'll have everything. Yeah, 8 was the first Dragon Quest I completed. I actually bought... This is such a wild story. I bought Dragon Quest 8 because I wanted the Final Fantasy XII demo, which I'm sure a decent number of people did. And I was familiar with what Dragon Quest was because I had Dragon Quest VII, but I didn't get very far in it. And I didn't necessarily dislike it, but it wasn't like a top game for me. I didn't get sucked into it. Because I was a teen and I was getting more interested in like the flashy graphics that stuff like Final Fantasy and, you know, Rogue Galaxy and all that kind of stuff had. So DQ7 didn't pull me in right away. It sat on my shelf for a long time. But I bought the Dragon Quest VIII game to get the 12 demo because I was a moderator of a Final Fantasy forum at the time, and I had a responsibility to report on the content of the Final Fantasy XII demo for everybody on the forum. So I like got the game really, really early. I don't think I got it day one, but I got it really early, dissected it, played it a bunch of times, and like wrote up like everything that happened in it and kind of like gave a review on it that I could post on the forum. Oh, there was a 10-2 demo and Unlimited Saga? That's wild. Didn't know that. What forum? It was FinalFantasyForum.com, baby. The only one you'll ever need. But then obviously I was like, well, I bought this, you know, $50 game to get this demo. I should probably try it out, you know, and fell in love with it. Bought the strategy guide, played it to 100%, spent like 250 hours doing it, and loved every second of it. So once I beat that, I went back and did DQ7 and fell in love with it, and, you know, the rest is history. Oh, sorry for the Windows sound. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, we'll keep going with Wisnivus here. We're damaging this ghost 4 HP at a time. You were raised on the game forums. You enjoyed 5, haven't really played the others. You don't really care for the music very much. You haven't played the others. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the music of Dragon Quest, and it makes me a little sad, but I'm fine with it. I totally understand why. Like, I think for a lot of people it sounds like elevator music, or it's like too sleepy. It's definitely a very specific thing. Also, Koichi Sugiyama was unfortunately not a great guy because he was an old conservative Japanese man. I like the music, but I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna go to bat for him as an individual, and I'm not. It's not like my favorite RPG music or anything like that. There's a lot of songs that I really like, and I think they fit the games really well, which is probably the best thing I can say about him. Is they just fit the games really well, I think. But we stand behind the death of the artist. Yeah, Koichi Sugiyama had some pretty bad takes as a Japanese man born pre-World War II. So, as you can imagine, he was not down with a lot of the things that we are down with. But, yeah, he's gone now. We will listen to his music in Dragon Quest XII. The entirety of Dragon Quest XII was composed before he died, so he will have one more soundtrack posthumously. But I guess anybody who feels really strongly about not separating the art from the artist won't really have to worry about him profiting from it. So hopefully it doesn't get boycotted. Or at least not too heavily. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Stigma Magic. I accidentally targeted myself. Awesome. Yeah, no, that's obviously a super important conversation, Street. I take that stuff very seriously. That's why I brought it up. So yeah, if it looks like we're not doing anything here and we're not making any progress, that's because that's what we're doing. But every time we take an action, we get job points, and that's all I care about. Oh, a while back, Floyd asked what my gripe with Final Fantasy X was. I don't know how deeply I can go into that without discussing spoilers, and I usually try not to discuss spoilers for other games if I can avoid it. Like, I know most people that are in this conversation have probably played Final Fantasy X, but, lurkers exist, and it's also, like, very, it would be very, like, the biggest FF10 spoilers for me to really go into it. But I guess the spoiler-free answer of my gripes with Final Fantasy X is just there are some story beats that I think weaken an overall well-constructed plot, and I miss the world map. It feels more like a hallway simulator to me than Final Fantasy XIII does, or just as much, maybe I should say. So it just feels a lot different than the way the first 9 feel to me, and some of that is really good, but some of it isn't, and that's what stops it from being like a top Final Fantasy for me. I just like a lot of the things that give the retro FF vibe, and it's not necessarily the graphics. How old was I when I first played 10? I played 10 when it was brand new, because, well, not brand new, but it was probably like a couple years old. So my first Final Fantasy was 9. I got a PlayStation 2 a year after it came out, so that would have been 2002. Wait, no, that would have been 2001. But right before 2002, it would have been Christmas 2001 that I got a PS2, and I specifically wanted Final Fantasy 9. I didn't care about any PS2 games. I had played a slice of 9 from renting the PS2, and that was the only game that I cared about. I wanted it. So I played 9, and then I played 7, And somewhere in there, I started buying all the other ones. Because I was like, oh, this PlayStation is a Final Fantasy machine. Because 10 was out, I got 10, and I definitely was playing 10 in those 2 years. I don't remember how much of it I played. I didn't beat it until way later. But I played probably halfway through the game in the first 2 years that it was released, and kind of like peppered my way through the rest of the series as they started re-releasing them on PS1. I bought Origins, I bought Chronicles, I bought Anthology, like as they were coming out around the same time. But I didn't beat any of them. I just kind of like dabbled in all of them. 9 and 7 were the only ones that I beat for a while, but I played every single one of the rest of them. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10. Played them all. And 10 I played quite a bit. We made it to like... I think the boss that I got stuck on with me and my friends was the... I think it was the Chocobo Eater in the Calmlands. Or it's like the... Some boss on like a bridge. I think it was there. This was a long time ago. I don't remember with certainty who it was. So, okay, I can't Stigma Magic because of the height, so I need to move again. I might not be able to help her at all, just because of where she is. So I'm gonna need Roberto, I guess. But yeah, and, like, I didn't have any issues with really any of the games. Oh, we're in an ad. Here comes the Smash Bros. Fight. We'll be back in 3 minutes.
This game's winner is Fox.
All right, we are back, folks. Thanks for sitting through the ad if you got hit with it. Fox triumphs over Luigi once again, bringing the score to 3-0. This is just a fun thing that we do to fill time during the ads because we got to run ads one way or the other. But eventually, we're gonna, make something fun out of it on stream. We're gonna do a seeded tournament bracket once we've got data for all the matchups. And we'll do that, on stream, not behind ads. We are currently on the 28th matchup out of 66 possible matchups. So it's going to be a while. Which is kind of the whole point. Anyways, welcome back. I checked my Final Fantasy
I don't think so, sir.
tier list.
Things he said. Like being able to spot a phony ID. Jesus Christ, Powell!
Thank you for Powell. I don't have a way to bring... I don't have a way to wake up Salome, which is really unfortunate. I'm going to have to bring Roberto over here. But I can yell at her while she's asleep. That's funny. I thought FF10 was 5th or 6th on my list. It's 7th. Which again, to reiterate... Oh wow, he finally turned to a crystal. Okay, I should probably grab that and make sure that the enemy doesn't... it looks like we have plenty of time to do that, so I'm going to have Roberto focus on using Asuna as soon as possible. Haha. Haha, amazing. Got it. Hopefully this isn't too low accuracy. 75, we'll take that. Come on. Oh, dang. Okay, Veronica's got either 2 or 3 job level ups. Salome, I swear, still has not had 1. So she is greatly behind. Should I have Ramza grab this crystal? Yes, I should. Not that we want the crystal, we just don't want the enemy to grab it. And yell at Veronica, or Salome. But yeah, I don't know how much more I can say about my my opinion of FF10 without being really spoilery. Just have a few quibbles with the plot and some of the mechanical choices. And just the difference in vibes from the first 9. There's a lot of 10 that I also like on paper that doesn't come across in practice. And I do think I would unfortunately have to admit that my expectations, but my opinions of 10 are slightly colored by some of the defenders, which often happens to me with certain games that I don't know how to classify the umbrella group that they fall under. But in my brain, they exist under one. I try not to let things like that affect my opinion of a game, but sometimes you don't think it be like that, but it do. Or whatever the famous adage is. Alright, thank you for dodging sleep. I hope... Actually, it's fine if this damages the ghost, because he's new. Okay, I think it can only target the party, so we don't have to worry about that. Thanks so much, Brack. Thanks for hanging out, dude. And thank you for the bits today. Alright, Salome is finally awake. Ramza, you can take out this ghosty. Ghosty boy. One Punch Man. Alright, Salome, can you get away from this guy so that he doesn't keep putting you to sleep? You are so behind. I'm pretty sure we can safely go... Yeah, we can go back to Wisnibus. Matsuo's gonna keep accumulating. Ramza's gonna yell at Salome to try to help her catch up. Roberto's gonna move and go back to singing. Life Song is fine. And Veronica's gonna keep accumulating as well. It's too bad you can't set a macro for auto battle. Who are you hitting? Are you hitting Salome again? Man, he really doesn't like Salome. As long as he doesn't put her to sleep, I don't care. I can have Veronica do Mogri instead of Salome, so that she can keep dancing. She'll get more actions that way. Can we please get a job level up for Salome? Okay, apparently not. Okay, yell. No, don't yell at an empty square. Ah! That's hilarious to imagine. 51 JP for yelling. Amazing. Oh, I should mention too, thank y'all again for the follows. I am getting close to 1,000 followers. And when we hit 1,000, I am going to be forced to do a first playthrough of Final Fantasy X-2, because I have never played that game, and it is one that I swore off as a younger man for reasons that you could probably guess, and then as I got older, unpacked some of the antagonistic feelings towards it, and didn't feel as strongly, but still have just never really gotten around to playing it. Like, I know it's not a game that I will like the plot of, but I'm pretty sure it's based on what I know and the accounts of trusted sources. It's probably a game that I would really enjoy mechanically, and so this is just kind of a way to force myself to sincerely play the game, react to it in possibly somewhat of a Mystery Science Theater type of way, and cross it off my list so that I can feel like I can legitimately be part of the discourse. Because I try not to speak too empirically about a game that I haven't played, because I don't think that's good. So, while I definitely said a lot of negative things about 10-2 that were probably mostly invalid and definitely uninformed and ignorant back in the day, I just have kind of bit my tongue in more recent years. Because I'm like, well, I haven't played the game, so I shouldn't say anything mean about it. But I definitely do feel like it doesn't need to exist. But that's still like a really mean thing to say for people who really like the game, so. I'm very vehemently against the idea of Final Fantasy sequels, and that was the first one, so that's a very powerful thorn in my fandom, just in and of itself, like completely devoid of the actual style or content or anything of the game itself. I don't like that it normalized Final Fantasies having a sequel, and that was like right at the time when the company was changing and, you know, the gooch was gone, all that sort of thing. So it like there's all kinds of stuff like wrapped up in it that's hard for me to separate. But I didn't really lose my faith in Final Fantasy until 15. 15 is like my new 10-2. It's like the one that I refuse to acknowledge and don't ever want to play. I'll play 10-2 though, but I don't think I'll ever play 15. I have a very irrational hatred for Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, 51 JP is crazy. Ooh, that was a good back crack. Alright, Karna. What are you gonna do now? Oh, 92% sleep. Okay, he's probably gonna land that. Well, at least she's on flat ground, and I can bring her back with Ramza. So that's a nice side effect of where I moved her to that I wasn't thinking about. I can just move Ramza down to live next to her. Yo, thank you, Saki. It was nice to meet you too. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate that. I normally actually progress and play the game. So if you stop by again, you know, hopefully I'm not just stuck on one screen for 3 hours. That sounds good, Clover. Thank you again for the raid. Thanks for bringing people through. Appreciate it. Glad you're having fun with 4 and you're free from FF3 prison. Yeah, I always enjoy talking about it, as you could probably guess. Thanks for coming to my soapbox, my TED Talk. Okay, Salome. Back to Wisnibus for you. Okay, there's our life song. What is Veronica's attack at? Just out of curiosity. 32. Oh my god. I wonder how much damage Veronica could do with her staff right now. That's so funny. Yell at Veronica, or I mean Salome. I keep mixing them up because they are the same sprite right now. Yeah, Veronica's Brave is really high. She's like our dedicated physical class person. We cemented her into that role for a long time. Or a long time ago. 75. I think when we started the game she was at 73. I think everybody's has incremented just a little bit. Could be wrong about that though. She might have started, excuse me, she might have started with 75. I feel like that's probably the highest you can roll. Is that my package? Yes. Excellent. Expecting a very exciting package today. Well, the contents of the package are not exciting, but the implications are. We're gonna take a hard pivot from Final Fantasy into dad coded things, I guess. My dogs are barking at the delivery person. They're doing their job. So I live in a house, and my neighbor has a leak in their irrigation system that they refuse to acknowledge, refuse to fix. They blame it on my irrigation system because it happens in like a cohabitated area. Wow, the lady's home really early. What's up with that? That's why they were barking so much. So anyway, the leak in the irrigation system causes water to build up in this one particular spot between my house and their house, and that's not good. Standing water is a problem for a lot of different reasons that I'm not going to bother to go into. And, oh, we need to do Stigma Magic here. And for the longest time, we have had a system where I can, like, pump the water down to the street. And that's fine. You know, it works. So just go out and do that, like, at most twice a day. Usually once a day, sometimes not at all, depending on the weather, you know. That's fine. It's pretty non-intrusive. Obviously, it would be better if they fixed their leak and I didn't have to do it at all, but there's no way for me to make them do that. So it is what it is. But the only drawback is that I have to have a hose, like a garden hose, running down my driveway to the street that the water runs through. And either I have to run the hose every time, or I have to just leave it there. So obviously I just leave it there, and it goes across my driveway. So naturally, after you run over a garden hose with your car like 150,000 times, the hose is kind of destroyed. So a lot of the water doesn't make it down to the street, it just kind of runs down my driveway. And my driveway is a slope, so that's okay. It gets out of the area that it's in, but it doesn't really go where I want it to go, and now it's just kind of putting water in other areas where I don't want it to go. So I have devised I gave myself a big project to basically create a permanent pipe run to get the water to a better spot and to utilize a really, really strong steel pipe across the driveway that a car could run over 2 million times and never damage. And then the rest of it's like PVC. And, you know, had to like measure everything out, and, you know, figure out how many different pieces, like all the little connectors and stuff. And then I had to learn how to do like primer and cement to connect PVC together to make it watertight. I had to figure all that out. And I've done all that already. Bought all the pipe, cut all the pipe. It's all ready to go, except I'm also going to paint the pipe so that it's less noticeable. Because I don't want like a big ring of white PVC all along my foundation. So I basically found a a paint that was really, really close to the color of the concrete of my driveway and foundation so that it would blend in more and be less noticeable to me and to other people. But mostly me. And I underestimated how much paint I was going to need. So I pre-connected as much of the pipe as I possibly could, without just putting it all completely together, you know, and then hung all of the pipe pieces up on twine in my garage so that I could paint them while they're suspended, you know, and I could paint like all of the sides at once instead of having to like awkwardly put them on the ground and like flip them over. And, you know, I didn't want to have to mess with that. Got that all figured out, got them all hung up, created a big plastic bubble in the garage so that the paint wouldn't get on anything else or the floor. That was the whole thing. And I was finally like, okay, cool. Now all I got to do is paint everything. Well, I only got 2 cans of paint, and apparently that wasn't nearly enough. So I had to order 3 more cans of the paint, and they just got delivered. So now I can finally finish painting all of the pipe and then actually put it out there and glue it all together and have the new setup and get this ugly hose out of my driveway. And I'm very excited about it. Because I'll be able to put my car back in the garage and clean up the mess in there. And I'll get that ugly hose out of my driveway. So it's been a long time in the works. It's been like, I don't know, several months long project from when I conceptualized the idea to like actually starting the process and then doing all the different phases of it. So I should be able to get it all done this weekend. I'll probably do 1 coat of paint tonight, and then I'll do another coat of paint tomorrow, and then either put it all in place later tomorrow or on Sunday. And then it'll be done, and I can stop thinking about it. It's gonna be great. But I'm super happy with the paint color. It was hard to... because I didn't really have a way to bring a piece of concrete with me to the store. To, like, visually compare it with the paint. So I had to like take a picture and then like look at a picture on my phone, and you know that's not like a great way to match a color because of how cameras work. But it was the best that I could do, and I think it's actually going to look really good. It's like a chalky finish paint as well, so it's like very matte. It's not shiny at all. It's not going to like reflect sunlight, and the color is really, really close to the concrete that we have, and the texture is also the same. So it's gonna look really good. Yeah, she's super fast. I don't even know that she can go faster. Oh my god, the last one finally disappeared. Let's go. All right, so now we won't have any more enemies respawning. They're actually all gone. So yeah, I guess the way that these guys work is they just have a random chance to respawn or turn into a crystal or a chest, instead of just always turning into a crystal or a chest. But now that there's only one left, it doesn't matter. If he dies, the battle will end no matter what. But this also means that I probably won't need to move anymore, which is great. Can you please get a job level up, Salome? Yes! Finally. Okay. I think what I might do is literally keep doing this until Wiznibus kills this ghost. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Which means... how much more time is that? It's not really possible. So that's 24 rounds. Yep. 24 rounds for Salome. Of Wisnibus. With everybody else, you know, taking their turns as well. I might change my mind and end it sooner. If Salome gets another job level up, I'll end it. Before that. But otherwise, that's my plan. Also, I am going to open up a prediction for the next ad. Congrats to the Fox believers on the last one. Here's your chance to make another wager, 2 minutes. Same matchup. 2-0 for Fox if you're wanting the odds. Yeah, I'm not sure what the speed disparity is right now between my characters, but they seem fairly even. Oh, he's gonna go over there. Interesting. Well, if he stops attacking us, that's fine. Okay, that's a regular level up, not a job level up. Oh, welcome back, Street. Kiddo's home from school. Nice. I don't know if I remembered knowing that you had a kiddo. That's cool. I have a kiddo too, but he doesn't go to school yet. He's still a baby. Sure, we'll yell. You have 2. Wonderful. I'm gonna try to get as fast as I possibly can with these inputs. That would be such a great thing for them to put in the remaster. Even if they didn't do like a... What am I trying to say? Even if they don't add like a cursor memory setting like they have in most games, which they definitely should, they could also add like a repeat function at the bottom of this menu, like below auto battle. You could just click repeat and it'll do the same thing as the previous turn. That would be great. Especially for situations like this, but even for like regular battles, I think it'd be good. You know, like if you have a dancer spamming a dance or a bard spamming a song, like that'd be great. Oh, you're gonna be moving to Minnesota soon. Nice. I lived in Minnesota for 12 years. I couldn't stand the climate, unfortunately, the weather climate. I liked how progressive it was, but I just could not cope with how long and brutal the winters were. So I had to get out and go back to Texas. I had really bad seasonal depression, and I couldn't. I thought maybe I would get used to it at some point, and I couldn't do it. Yeah, you'll be fine then. You'll be fine. It'll be an improvement for you if you're used to North Dakota. So that's great. But yeah, as a native Texan, I could not. Couldn't do it. Did it for 12 years. I managed, but I did not get used to it. The thing for me that was so hard to overcome is that I grew up and was raised in a climate where any day of the year it takes the same amount of time to go somewhere. you know, or do anything. And there's not like, oh, well, this time of year it takes longer to go to work. Or this time of year it's 3 times more dangerous to go to the store. Or this time of year it hurts to go do fun things. You know, like I just couldn't overcome those aspects. But growing up with such mild winters, that was never like a factor. Like that's so normal for probably most of the United States. It's like, oh, well, we do less of that in the winter. Or, oh, this is a little bit harder in the winter. But for Texans, it's not like that. You can go and do something every day. You know, and if you do get like the rare super cold day where it like gets down into the teens or something, it's not likely to last more than a day or two. So you just wait it out and, you know, move on. And that I can rock and roll with. Oh, you grew up in Florida. Yeah, oh, that's a wild adjustment. Glad you're not in Florida, though. I have some friends there, and they're all trying to find a path out. What a strange place. To say the very least. Oh, this is gonna kill her. I think she only has 83 HP. Oh, no, she's okay. He has 83 HP. Who do we want to have healer? I don't know. I guess Veronica. Can do that. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's been a very rapid spiraling decline, hasn't it? Yeah, at least one of my friends that's currently there grew up there as well, and she would say the same thing. We need to do another Moogle here for sure. I know Daft Punk says never stop the dance, but we have to stop the dance for a minute here. Yeah, and obviously it goes without saying that there are a lot of similar issues here in Texas. I'm not going to pretend that those don't exist, but I do live in the bluest dot we got, and I do like it very much. But there are a lot of concerning things that need to be addressed. I am very privileged that those concerns are not enough to force me to go somewhere else, but they definitely are for others. Let's do another Mowgri. This is cutting into my Wisnibus pacing, but that's okay. Yeah, that's so hard. Anyway, happier thoughts. No, it's fine. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, that's so tough, but like at the same time it should be recognized that it doesn't need to, like, that shouldn't be a choice that anyone has to make, you know? So hopefully, despite whatever hearts may be broken, hopefully they have some level of understanding. Let me see something. Can I go in here and then... Haha! Yes! Okay, this is good. This is perfect. Okay, so the reason why she's not getting any more job level up is because she's level 8. I don't know how that happened. She's level 5 mediator. Let me check everybody. How do I get to that for everyone else? How did I do that? There we go. So Roberto's good. Well, obviously he's good because he was already a bard. But let me check on his priest. Yeah, priest. He's got a ton of JP, so he's going to be able to get Cure 4 and whatever else he wants. So we're good on that. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to check it for these other characters. Oh, okay, you just press circle. Got it. Okay, Summoner Mediator is good for Ramza. I did not realize we could check this. This is huge. Summoner Mediator is good for Matsuo. It looks like we went well above and beyond what we needed to. And then Veronica... Yeah. Okay, so we're definitely done. We can get the heck out of here. we went much farther than we needed to. Yeah, isn't this music great? I love Hitoshi Sakimoto. I mean, Uematsu is definitely the identity of the series for me musically, but I love Sakimoto, I love Hamauzu, and God, who am I forgetting? Sakimoto, Hamauzu, Uematsu. I guess Junya Nakano is worth mentioning. Okay, Soken is an interesting one because first of all, I don't play 14, and I didn't play 16, but I saw all of 16 more than once. And I think Soken is a great composer, but I feel like Soken is more like... I put Soken in the same class as Sakuraba. Motoi Sakuraba. Their styles aren't similar at all, but they're both what I like to call chameleons. They can do a whole bunch of different styles, and they do them well. But Soken is not my cup of tea, if I'm being honest. I haven't heard any of their music that I don't think is good, but I also haven't really heard any of their music where I was just like, dang, this slaps. So that's kind of where I'm at with Soken. Sakuraba's different. I feel like Sakuraba has a fingerprint that I can identify. Like when I hear Star Ocean music or Tails music, I can tell that it's him. I can tell that it's Sakuraba. But Sakuraba can also do other things that don't sound like that. So they're kind of the GOAT for me is when it comes to like chameleons. But yeah, I don't have the bug for Soken like others do. I'm sure if I played 14, it would be different. Yeah, exactly. Dark Souls. Sounds totally different. And I love Yoko Shimomura, but I hate Final Fantasy 15, so I'll never get to experience that music in context. You hope Star Ocean isn't dead? I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure they'll make another one. Will it be good? Who knows? I haven't even played 4 or 5 yet. So I couldn't tell you how 6 went. I've only played the first 3 so far. We will play 4 on this channel at some point. Star Ocean 3 is an incredible game and soundtrack. I don't know Mizuto, SNES. What did Mizuto work on? 5 was awful, should have killed the franchise. Wow. Okay, let's go into the formation screen. This is huge. Everybody's gonna have access to the Bard job tree now. It's just a matter of, have we been earning JP all this time? Looks like not. But the important part is done. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. here's what we're going to do. First thing is we're going to go to Roberto. And he's going to learn the rest of the priest stuff that he wants. Cure 4. I guess I'll take Holy. But I mean, how powerful could this really be? You know? When are we going to use this? Mizuta? Oh, 13-2. Okay, that's why I don't know who they are. I actually don't know what I want here, so I'm gonna save this balance until a situation presents itself. 13-2 I have very similar feelings about as 10-2, where I just feel like they should have left it alone. But I guess for different reasons. Well, maybe not for different reasons. What was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Anyways, I'm getting into yucking people's yum territory. I don't want to do it. I'll have to play 10-2 soon enough, and I'll save my yucking of others' yums for when that time comes. Okay, so Roberto is done with Priest. He's gonna go back to being a Bard, so that he can give Bard JP to everyone else. We're gonna give him White Magic. Definitely gonna keep JP up. And everything else. Does he have enough to learn Move Plus 3 yet? No, not even close. Okay. Now. I don't think I'm gonna touch Ramza. He should have enough for Hamedo now, yep. So we can upgrade that. And we might be able to add that to some other characters once we get back to story stuff. So this is better than Counter because it's the same where you get to respond with damage, but you also cancel their attack. If we end up finding out that this is like less likely to proc, maybe we'll go back to Counter, but for now we're going to keep that. I might want to switch Ramza to something else, but I don't want to think about it yet. Salome is definitely done with Summoner. Wait, why does Salome not have access to Bard? Oh, only guys can be Bards. Oh no. Okay, so only guys can get Move Plus 3? That is a crushing blow. I should have thought about that. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know why I didn't realize that until just now, but okay. So I guess what we'll want to do then... No, Dancer has Fly. And, what's the other thing that they have? Oh, I can't look. I'll look on someone else. Okay, Matsuo. I think I'm gonna have Matsuo be our calculator. We're gonna try out calculator. Yeah, Veronica's Brave went up again. Now it's 76. Holy moly. Maybe it was 76 before. Yeah, we haven't messed around with calculator at all yet, so I want to see if I can figure out what all the hubbub was about. I know it's what people use to break the game, and I don't want to break the game because I want it to remain challenging, because that's where a lot of my fun comes from. But I do just want to mess around with it and see what it's all about. I don't think it's going to be a long-term thing, and being that we have all the classes unlocked, I'm not worried about using it to try to unlock something else. Okay, Veronica does not have access to Dancer. What are the prereqs? Geomancer and Lancer. How far off is she on that? One of each. I do kind of want to make Matsuo a Geomancer again. So we could do that instead, and then I could have Salome be the calculator, maybe. Oh no, she doesn't have access to it. Does anybody have access to it besides Roberto? Roberto might be the only one. So yeah, maybe... Okay, maybe I'll make Matsuo the bard and Roberto the calculator. These are the only two songs we need, but I'll take Cheer Song too. Okay. So we're gonna change Matsuo to be a bard. Oh, but I said I was gonna make him a Geomancer. Ah, this is annoying. Salome doesn't have access to calculator. What do we want to do with her? I guess she could be a Geomancer. Yeah, I have a feeling that that's how it would work as well. Because just looking at the skill list, it's pretty amoebic. And I can tell that it's like a very... what's the word I'm looking for? I guess what I'm trying to say is the way that it's used to quote-unquote break the game is obviously kind of buried and unintended. Okay, what Geomancer stuff do you know? You don't know any. We'll take attack up, that's kind of interesting. And we'll just go down the list for sanity. Okay, you're still a dancer. I don't think Ramza has calculator open. Nope. So he could go Lancer? Oh, you think it is intended? Interesting. So we could... Let's see, Bard, Geomancer... And then we're gonna change Matsuo to... Wait. I'm getting so mixed up now. No, Matsuo's staying the bard because Roberto is going to be the calculator. Because he's the only one that has access. Okay. There is something immediately obvious as good, but the gnarly stuff is a bit more information dependent. Okay. Yeah, we're going to mess around with it and see. Ooh, that haircut. Yikes. Let's see what he can learn. Nothing. Yeah, because I could see like these obviously are super high value. This is super high value. You know, I could see some people just trying to fast track this job to get these abilities and become super powerful in that regard. These could be very situationally advantageous, and then obviously all this stuff is kind of where the magic probably lies for the true game breaking. So we won't be able to do anything right away. We're just gonna go in and get some JP. Okay, let's see. Hold on. All this is good. Let's see. Matsuo's a bard. So we need to get Veronica off Summoner. So I guess Okay, either Ramza or Veronica need to be Lancer. What do we want to do? I guess let me look at Ramza and see what I'm thinking long term. I still don't understand why this doesn't say mastered. That's weird. I can master Monk though. Let's see. Thief could be interesting. I could try to farm money from the last enemy. Or I could... I don't think I need to double up on any of these classes with how much JP we're getting. Well, I guess Bard would be the one to double up on. So maybe I'll make him a Bard. And then I'll make Veronica the Lancer. This makes pretty good sense, I think. Okay. Let's see. What songs can I learn? I got enough for the 3 main ones. Okay, so Veronica, you are going to class into Lancer. Oh, nice. The multiplayer in the PSP version. Yeah, I have the PSP version, and I initially thought that that's what I was going to stream instead of this version, but I ended up going with this version for a couple of reasons. I do want to try War of the Lions at some point, though. Whenever I'm not big on replays, especially not on stream. Just because I feel like I have so much to get to, it's hard to justify and get excited about as much as I yearn. I'm just going to skip all that. I don't care. Basic skill is good. Basic skill. Dance is probably fine for her. But maybe I should go basic skill. I don't know what I'm going to be up against on the next battle. This is a little more reliable, I guess. White magic for sure. So Roberto's going to have a really tough time having farmable actions. But I don't think I should go in without his white magic repertoire. So we'll just have to deal with it. He'll just need to have people to heal or heal enemies. My dude is slow. Holy moly, 4 speed? I guess calculators are really slow. Okay, I like this. I think this is good. Let's check equipment. Let's see. Ramza has no weapon because we only have 1 harp. What else can bards equip? I'd have to take away his JP up for him to have a weapon. But I guess lowering his attack prowess isn't immediately worrisome. It'll just take us longer to kill stuff, but we're gonna drag out the fight anyways. We just need to make sure that we can not get overwhelmed when the full enemy lineup is there. We sold our harp, so we don't have a harp. But I guess we'll just rely on Salome for most of the damage. I'll give her this +2. Who's wearing this? Probably take that away. Who's wearing the other one? Oh, Ramza. Okay, well, he's not going to be attacking too many people, so we can trade that. You can wear the power sleeve, because you're going to be killing everybody. And you can wear the judo outfit. There. I think that looks good. Hopefully we don't run into ice elemental enemies. That would be a disaster. So we're basically going to have 2 dedicated attackers, and everybody else is just going to be kind of goofing around until there's 1 enemy left. Alright, let's drop a save. Yeah, speed of 4. Yikes. I don't think we've seen that since the beginning of the game. Alright, save slot 11. This is post Yu-Gi-Oh! Mega Grind. Alright, and now we should be able to move to Yardell for free. Yep. And then let's check out our shops here. We only have 51k to work with. I have a feeling it's not going to be enough. Oh, they don't have the weapons I expected. But we're mostly interested in the light armor here. So the golden hairpin and the black hood are our new pieces, and then earth clothes. So this is very interesting, especially for Ramza and Veronica, because they have a monk skill that is earth elemental, so this would get a buff from that. This would have been amazing to have for the Velius fight. I'm sure that a lot of people steal this piece of equipment from one of the fights before that, so that they can have an invincible character to Cyclops. We're in an ad. I'll be back in 3 minutes. All right, Fox wins another one. 4-0. It's not looking good for Luigi. I wonder what happened in that warm-up that allowed him to win. Was it a fluke? Was it a specific stage? I don't know. But what we do know is that it's possible. Also, I might need to change my Final Fantasy series rankings. They're very fluid. They're never set in stone. As many people often say, my favorite Final Fantasy is the one that I'm playing right now, or the one that I played the most recently. And I can definitely jive with that mindset to a certain degree. I think I might need to put Final Fantasy 13 above Final Fantasy 10, which would move 10 down one more spot. I think I do actually like 13 more than 10. And the recency bias is definitely a factor, which is why I brought that up, because I'm watching Karkala play 13 right now. And I'm just being reminded how absolutely incredible that cast is. Oh, you want this? Like 13 might actually be... Actually, I think I can say without a shadow of a doubt, that is the best, like, character development in the series. Whether you like the characters or not, sure, we can talk about that, but I don't think it's disputable that that's, like, the best, like, level of development of a character from the beginning to the end for the entire cast in a very, like, even distribution, instead of, like, the main character having a really good character arc, but everybody else being kind of one-dimensional. Okay, well, this is reassuring, seeing the small armor lineup here. The heavy armor lineup, there was like all this like new stuff that was like super expensive. So 80, 50. Okay, so the golden hairpin is an empirical upgrade over the black hood. It's not situational. Not everybody's going to need this 50 MP, but we certainly won't sneeze at it. The only thing to consider is that Knight, Monk, Lancer, Samurai can't wear it. We'll probably never use primary Lancer or Samurai ever again, but Knight and Monk are possible, especially Knight. But I guess that doesn't matter because we use heavy armor for those characters anyways. So I don't need to worry about that. And then the Black Hood has the exact same limitations. So yeah, that's not even a factor in that decision-making process. And then monks can wear the earth clothes, which is great to know, because those are the ones who would benefit the most from it. And then same limitations for the power sleeve. So the big trade-off here is that power sleeve gives you attack +2, which is humongous. And an extra 15 HP and 10 MP and the earth affinity is definitely not nothing, but it's hard to say that that's better than 2 attack points. 2 attack points is a lot. So I think the way I'll approach this is the same way that I approached the Ice Brand. But in this scenario, the power sleeve is my Ice Brand, and the earth clothes are the platinum sword. So I think what I'll probably do is buy 2 sets of earth clothes and 2 sets of power sleeves. So I can have a full set of 4 power sleeves, if I so choose, right? I keep doing that. But I have the earth clothes if I need these other properties more than 2 attack points. It's hard to imagine that I ever would. And then the wizard outfit is pretty much completely outclassed. I don't see any reason why we would give this to a magic user. Because yeah, we have this white robe. 50, 34, and then half from the 3 elements. Ooh, okay, we might need this. We might need this chameleon robe. This takes away instant death, which is something that we struggled with in the last fight. It's statistically pretty much the same as the white robe. It's slightly inferior. Can be worn by the same jobs. We still have 2 wizard robes if we ever desperately need that magic +2. What about this black robe? I totally missed that. Okay, so this boosts the 3 elements on the attacking side, rather than giving you resistance to them. And then you get a little bit more HP and MP. 50-34 versus 60-30. Okay, so it's actually less MP. 10 HP is definitely not worth it. So I don't think we really need this black robe. And being that we already have 3 white robes, I'm not going to buy another one of those. But I do feel like I should probably buy 2 of these chameleon robes. Just for the death resistance alone. Also, the fact that knights can wear this is very interesting. Okay, so we're going to buy 2 chameleon robes. And we're going to buy 2 power sleeves, 2 earth clothes, and then 3 golden hairpins? We don't have enough for all of that. Let's do some math here. Let's get the calculator back out. Not the job class, though. Okay, so let's see. We have 20,000 for the earth clothes. We have 14 for the power sleeves. And we have 10 for the chameleon robes. That's 44. We can afford all of that. No new accessories here. So that would leave us with 7K to our name. But we might be able to sell some of our other light armor? Well, no, I don't think so, because we're not really replacing anything here. Well, I guess that's not true. We could sell the Black Hood, we could sell the Holy Miters. It does have magic +1, but we have the accessory. Or we have this other armor for magic +2 if we really need it. We aren't using magic very much. I don't know if that's going to come back to bite us. It might. Okay, so hold on. 44 is our current cost. We would also like another 36,000 for the gold. So we need 80K. We currently have 51. So can we sell 29K worth of stuff? Let's go in here and unequip all of our light armor. Everything that we plan to get rid of. We're not necessarily going to get rid of it. We just want to see if it's enough. So we'll remove all of our judo outfits. We're not going to get rid of the twist headband, though. Well, okay. We should think about... Well, that's neither here nor there. We want to have the twist headbands to swap around with the golden hairpins, but we still probably want a full set of gold hairpins for when we're not using heavy armor, so that we're not always forced to use heavy armor to have good HP. Okay, let's go back in here. No, not the bar. Not the bar. Okay, if we go to sell here, ooh, the gold staff is worth a lot. Okay, so the Black Hood would give us 35. Holy Miters would give us 9. Okay. So 9,000 plus 3,500, that's 12,500. Plus 4,000, that's 16,500. But yeah, then we're still short. We're trying to get to 29,000 here, and we only made it to 16,500. So we wouldn't quite have enough. But we would have we'd have enough for at least one more gold hairpin. So I think that's worth it. Okay. So we'll sell the Black Hood. We sell the Holy Miters. We sell the Judo outfits. Reassess this again. Okay, these are different. Despite how similar the names are, they're for different classes. We'll hang on to the wizard outfit for now. It's not worth that much. Okay, those are the only sales we're doing. Oh wait, we have 3 mithril guns. Oh god, we have all the money now. I really don't think we need more than 1 mithril gun. So we're going to sell these 2. Now we're cooking. I forgot about that. So we're going to buy 2 earth clothes to keep in our back pocket. We're going to buy 2 power sleeves to have a full set of 4. We are going to buy 2 chameleon robes to keep in our back pocket. And then we're going to buy 3 golden hairpins to have a full set. So now we have a full set of 4 of top-of-the-line heavy equipment and light equipment, which is exactly what we were lacking before. And now we have 2,000 gil to our name. Let's get everybody re-equipped. Holy crap, Ramza has 78 HP. That's so scary to see. I'll just manually equip him. Alright, so I'm going to give him twist headband rather than the hairpin, I think. Well, that's a pretty big difference in HP. Let's see what it looks like after the armor. So Earth Clothes versus Power Sleeve. We go Power Sleeve. But yeah, like, Power Sleeve plus Twist Headband is wild. Because you have +4 attack. And he doesn't need 50 MP for anything. So, let's do that. So that way his barehanded attack will still be decent. Roberto, you get the white robe. Because he's going to be hanging out in back anyways. Salome is good to go. Salome is going to be absolutely wrecking shop. Okay, Matsuo. Let's see. Matsuo. Maybe we'll give Matsuo more HP just in case this rando is more powerful than we suspect. And then Veronica's already good to go. Okay, and I think we are ready. All right. We're going to drop another save here. This is going to be slot 12. And we're going to call this one Where are we going? Pre-grog grind. About to get on that grog grind. Pre-grog grind, post Yardow shops. Okay, so we're gonna reset until we get a rando on this tile. And we won't have time to do the full rando before I have to end stream, because I have to end pretty soon. So what I think I will do, and what I'm sure y'all won't have a problem with, is I'll just do the boring, monotonous grind off stream. If you are going to be wildly upset about that, let me know. But it's going to be much like the last one that we spent basically all of today doing. But it probably won't take as long now that I know I can check where things are at. And I don't have to like hedge my bets and like make sure I did long enough. So that's a nice discovery super late into the game. Alright, Ramza the Bard, Matsuo the Bard, Roberto the Calculator, Salome the Geomancer, and Veronica the Lancer. Here we go. Hopefully we get something we can work with really easily here on Grog Hill. Hopefully there's a monster that we can corner properly. That'll make it a lot easier than the last one. Okay, we've got bombs and an Ahriman. I don't think bombs can teleport, so we should be able to corner them. But I'm worried that they can just blow themselves up and end the fight. So I think we have to leave the Ahriman as the final unit. The other possibility, I guess, is that we could reset this encounter and try to get a different pool of enemies. I think that's what I want to do. I'm going to reset. I'm going to see if I can get a different encounter table for this. Because it would be nice to get, like, I don't know, a goblin style or a chocobo. Maybe we're, like, too far into the game to see those, and it's only going to give us, like, the higher level monsters. But I would like to have something where I know exactly what it's going to do and how it can move. All these like flying, hovering, teleporting enemies are a little bit harder to work around. We did okay with the ghost last time, but the fact that he could repeatedly do and infinitely do like 100 damage was annoying. Top marks for that energy drink. I'll definitely be drinking it again. Riot is the name of the brand, if you want to check it out. I'll be interested to see what other flavors they have, too. But that mango one is very good. If that was the only one, I'd be fine with it. Tastes good, hits good. And the fact that there's no added sugar or sweeteners in there is very impressive, too, because it's very flavorful. Tastes good. Okay. Hello, Huang. Welcome in. Interesting first chat message. Why wait? You have questions. Okay. The aftertaste kills you? Yeah, I mean, it totally depends on what it is, for sure. Yes, I did soft reset because I didn't get an encounter. We got an encounter on one of the attempts, but I want to see if I can get a different enemy pool. But yeah, this is it's basically just green tea and some fruit juice. It's really good. It doesn't have any kind of weird aftertaste. I don't go for any of the like tried and true energy drinks that have like a really chemically minerally taste. Well, except for my occasional weakness for a good old Red Bull, which definitely does have that. But yeah, I don't like the battery acid flavor. I drank a lot of them as a teenager and an early 20-something, but not anymore. Come on, Grog. Hopefully I don't regret resetting. We got an enemy on the second try, but I didn't like the pool, and I'm hoping I can get something else. If we get the same thing, then I'll just, you know, go with it, obviously. But I'm curious. Let's go, Grog. Okay, I should do some cursor movement before I attempt it again. Because there's probably an RNG element. And me doing the exact same thing every time is probably increasing the odds of me not getting an encounter. Alright, so we'll go like this a little bit. And then we'll go. Nope. Oh, whoops. Oh, it's a granary. Cool. I forgot that you can, like, read a little detail about each city. I might just go around the whole map and do that. I bet there's some cool world building. Select, obviously, the best button in the game. No question. Maybe we'll go like this. Maybe it's based on my movement on the map and not in the menu. Hey, there we go. Alright. If it's the same, I'll just keep going. But hopefully it's different. And if it's different, hopefully it's better. What do we got? What you got for me, Grog? Oh, now it's rainy. Okay, well, this is pretty much the same. We do have one guy that we can trap, but these guys have very powerful attacks. So, we may just have to do the same thing. I will plan to have the floating eye guy here be the last one, because these guys are really strong, these bull demons. They hit super hard. And we can definitely stand up to them better than we could the last time we faced them, but we're still going to need to take them out right away. Okay, Salome goes first. Let's see if we can attack this bomb head-on from a height of 2. Maybe the Ice Brand will just destroy it. Ooh. And some fall damage. We'll take it. Sing Guts. Let's see. Who is the most important? I guess it is the bards. The most important JP earners here are the bards. So I'll just yell... Well, actually, no, this is very inefficient. Let's corner up, and we'll have both of our bards sing cheer song. We can just huddle up together. And then Veronica. I don't know if the spear can attack diagonally, but I should be able to attack this guy. No, not diagonally. That makes sense. Give him a poke. Another crit. Wow. And a job level up right away. That's huge. Adonis, the grenade. Oh, that's funny. Oh, it is an Arimon. So yeah, I'm not going to be able to corner that thing. It's going to be... Oh, and it does Petrify as well? Oh my god. This is going to be a tough encounter to grind on. So yeah, we may have to do the Bull Demon as the last enemy. Because even though it's really powerful, it doesn't do status stuff. So it's going to be the most reliable thing to keep alive. We're also a pretty weak party right now, so the first bit of this battle is going to be a little bit tough. Wow. That was terrible, Matsuo. Okay. So Veronica needs health. Or wait, no, this is... Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, Veronica needs health. She also needs to be healed from Don't Act. But does Asuna even take care of that? It does. Okay, that's good. So let's go over here. I think Roberto will be pretty safe here. What odds are we looking at here? 69, nice. What's the AT look like? Okay, yeah, everybody gets to go. Let's go for that. Because obviously we want her to be able to act. Salome can't get down there. We'll try for some Geomancy. I guess. We maybe get lucky. Oh no, she doesn't have it. Okay, let's just accumulate then. The boys are singing, and they're going to continue singing for quite a while. Come on. Nice. Okay, we got it. Good. Okay, what are my odds here? 90. 90. Okay, we'll take the one that's a kill. Here comes Adonis. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Alright, we need all of these to land. And then we can start using them to attack. Okay, that was good. That was really good. Come on, Matsuo. Yeah, okay, perfect. We can stop singing now. And we can help them attack. Even though we're bare-fisted. Okay, you're gonna try to petrify me again. Hopefully you miss. Oh, darkness. Okay. We can hang with darkness. Miss? No. Got through on a 58. At least we got a regen. That's good. Okay, Ramza. I guess I'll just punch this grenade in the face. Oh no, I can stand right here. Okay. What kind of damage are we looking at? 24. Oh, that's rough. That's really rough. What if I do dash instead? That's not much less damage. And it stops him from countering. Oh, Scream is only a self-target. Well, let's do it. Maybe I can get him to hit me with a Hamato. Whoo! Brave plus 10? Hold the phone. That is wild. I'm afraid that if I surround the bomb, it will explode. So maybe I will... Let's come down here. I'll go right here. Draw a little aggro, hopefully. Just out of curiosity. Okay, I can't attack that guy. 6 HP, 8 HP. I'll just... I don't know if it's worth it for him to accumulate for actual damage. Obviously, JP is important, but I'm wondering if I should have him sing instead. Nah, we'll just do the accumulate. Once I get this battle under control, I will call it. So let's see. 180, 83. Who gets to go? Salome gets to go. Okay. Where can you move? Why can't you jump down? That's annoying. Well, I guess she'll have to go after this grenade. Okay, so you're gonna go after this this bomb that's almost dead. Oh, you weren't able to kill. Okay. Alright, well, we're gonna hit you. Alright, we didn't get countered. That's great. I don't think we can Hamato that attack. It's only, like, regular attacks. Okay, that's good. That means the Bull Demon can't attack Matsuo, which is good. And we got our Regenerator. That's great, too. Roberto, what are you gonna do, my guy? We're in kind of a weird... I guess we could try to Isuna this darkness away. What kind of odds are we looking at? I don't even know. There's not really a whole lot else I could do, though. I mean, I could... Well, actually, I might be able to do 13 damage to a bomb with my dictionary. Oh, he can't even get down there. Okay, he's gonna stay there. We'll just go for the Isuna and hope that the odds are decent and that we can get it. And make sure we remember not to move... what's her name? I'm gonna stay right here and just attack this guy. Because I need to stay out of this the Bull Demon's range. Hey B, what's up? How are you? Come on. Okay, cool. We got the darkness. Mostly only cared about that for JP, but that's good. How much can I do to you? Another 58 damage. Man, my damage sucks right now. Which is fine, because we're trying to drag this out. I just need to make the situation safe. Yeah, we had 2 rando tiles to cross on our way to story, and we are making the most of them, since we have to cross them anyways. Guess I'll just do that. The last fight was almost the entire stream, and it was mega overkill. I didn't realize that I could check everybody's skill list in battle to see where they were at, so I was just kind of like hedging my bets and just like, okay, I want to make sure I do enough so I don't have to do this again, kind of thing. And then I just happened to stumble upon that, so I'm going to use that to our advantage here. Okay, now he's blowing up. Okay, well, at least we have that confirmed. How much damage was that? I think those were some overlapping numbers and they were only 3 digits, but holy moly. I'm not even looking at you. You shouldn't be able to petrify me. Oh, come on. Yeah, I think it was 156 right next to 146, but it looked really scary. Alright, this is a little bit scary. We might actually not be able to get into a safe situation here. I have everybody in such weak configurations because of the JP that we want, that it's making this fight that would otherwise not be scary pretty scary. But Roberto is still alive, and we're gonna kill this guy. So Roberto is going to try and I guess revive Ramza first is probably the best move. I don't want to get too close to the Bull Demon. Where can you go? Okay, he's not going to be able to attack anybody, which is very good. It really sucks that he's the one we have to keep alive because he's so strong. So this may not even work out for that reason. What are we looking at here? 70%, I'll take that. Oh, are we, SNES? Dude, this shirt is so good. I had my second buy both Yeti shirts in the same day yesterday. They did this shirt and the other FF9 one, I believe, on the same day. Or no, I'm thinking of a different set. I have 3 FF9 shirts now. I went from 0 to 3 FF9 shirts in 1 year, which was great. They had the Zidane Kuja one, and then the other one that's the full cast, in the more like Amano-ish style, and this one's a little bit more cartoony. This one was on a different day, but I bought both of the Yeti shirts yesterday too. I had to have them as tanks. Tank season, baby. Okay, I don't really want to move in and attack this guy because he can counter. Well, no, he can't counter, but he will hit me super hard before I can heal myself. So I think I need to just run away from him for a little while. He'll probably go after Roberto, unfortunately. But I guess if I go this way, I can at least make him think about it. Okay, so I can go... Oh, I can't go anywhere safe down there. I gotta go this way. We'll go here. And, can I get rid of this frickin' oil? How many freaking status effects are there in this game? There's gotta be like 30 status conditions in this game. It's wild. Come on, Roberto. I have not played FF Legend before now. Yes, okay. Ramza's back up. Let's see. Ramza has like no attack power right now, so he can't really do anything. The main person that we would need to fight this bull demon is Salome, but she's also hurting. So what Ramza is gonna do is just run away and start Life Song. Which blows. He's gonna go after Roberto. Yeah, because he's the only one he can reach. Oh, 70 damage. Okay, that's actually not nearly as bad as I would have thought. And we got Regenerator, that's good. Yeah, we did a Scream, SNES. You might have missed it. We did a Scream for the first time. Okay, Birdo. Where can this guy go? Okay, so we're gonna go down here. And we can safely go for a raise 2 on our boy Matsuo. 57% though, rough. Okay, Salome, I think you're just gonna stand here and accumulate again. So yeah, we're just trying to get all the boys enough Bard points to get move +3. That's the purpose of this battle. All the boys in the yard, yeah, exactly. And the ladies, unfortunately, are just going to be relegated to... how does he have 83%? I guess because we're charging. Well, that's a problem. I think that... Oh, God. My bracelet caught my glasses. I think that's a reset, actually. Because... Ramza cannot heal that. So... Alright, we're going to have to reset and reconfigure a little bit so that we can safely grind this fight. I'll obviously once again re-roll the enemy pool. I don't know what I'm hoping for, though. Yeah, all my bards are just fist. I sold the harp for money because we needed it for other stuff. Yeah, I have some things to think about, but I am gonna do this off stream. It'll be easier for me to concentrate. It'll take less time. You won't have to sit through it next week. I think everybody's gonna be happy. So. Let's find somewhere to head off to. Let's see here. Oh, there's quite a few good options. What's going on over here? Okay. You like the grinding? I don't mind. Like, I like how it feels mechanically. I like doing it. The only thing I'm not liking is feeling like I'm getting too powerful. So I'm just trying to, like, ride the line. And not get, like, sucked into overdoing it. Okay. So we are going to raid Sakura. She's playing OOT and I can't resist. I don't know if this is a first playthrough, but treat it as if it is. The no spoilers, no backseating tag is on, so just assume that this is a first playthrough. We're gonna go say hello, see how Sakura's doing. I haven't been over there in a little bit. Let's see, I need to hit this button and this button. Thank you all for hanging out today. On Tuesday, we are starting Kirby's Dream Land. We're gonna play the whole trilogy. We're gonna be playing modded versions of 1 and 2. that are in full color. They look beautiful. We're going to be playing them on hardware. Very excited about that. First two are GBA or Game Boy original games, and we're going to be playing colorized Game Boy Color modded versions of them that look really beautiful. And then Kirby's Dream Land 3 is on Super Nintendo. That'll be unmodded. We're going to play the whole Kirby's Dream Land trilogy for however many Tuesdays it takes, and then we're going to do Star Fox and Star Fox 2. So Tuesdays are picked out for a long time. We're going to do a Super Nintendo journey. It's going to be fun. More tactics next week. We're close to the sub goal for more Grim Fandango, and we're close to the follow goal for 10-2. Getting scared. Anyways, let's go say hi to Sakura. Y'all have a good weekend if it's your weekend. If not, keep pushing. We believe in you, and I will tell the baby that Ruby says hi. And you can tell Ruby that we all say hi back. All right, see y'all.